Everyone's got voice call access. Market's open.
ZXZZT. QRVO. DEMZ. ALTM. HMHC. BDSI. I. BKEP. VG. HOFV. UPWK. SOXS. XPEV. QRVO. ONCT. Frog. REZI.
Baba looking good. About $5 a share from this morning's alert. Long over 280. Entered at 283.
SILJ.
I'm still down on SRRK short. That one's kind of lingering. Minus 3%. I'm just watching right now, no new positions.
KKR.
Baba looking to retest the pre-market low. Look for 285. This is a dip buy. Pre-market low is 283.
Blue.
Just watching Baba.
DXYN. KXIN. OSUR.
Watch 285. There's a bid prop on 285.
KBLM. Out. VSTO.
All right, testing pre-market low on
ATNM.
Baba.
Change.
We got some volume at the pre-market low, 283.
CRK. TS. IIVI. Nova.
Another stack at 284.50. On the bid. And this is not point of control.
Ping.
284 is point of control.
Protea.
The volume candle at 933 looks like absorption. So far pre-market low, test and hold.
NYT. ACB.
Don't short the bottom.
XPEV. TTEC.
I think we're getting icebergs on the bid. A lot of transactions on the tape, but it's not on the order book.
FTCH.
That's the signature of a professional.
OSUR. HOFELVS.
Yeah, there's hidden orders on the bid.
UPWK.
Yep.
MDP.
Point of control is 285.
ALTM. MOGO. MTW.
Guys, keep your eyes on TICQ, ADQ. Mike, let me check your mic settings. Hold on.
REZI. HBI. SWIR. OLN. SSRM.
Point of control on
BTBT.
Baba is just under 285.
TZA. BKEP. ODP.
This is an
UPLD.
accumulation zone.
Lee.
Mike, click the
OLN.
icons, the mic and the headphone icon.
TRMB.
Okay, watch Baba for push up. Point of control is 285.
KGC.
Sorry, I took my eye off the tape. Also watch Take an Ad.
New. LC. ONCT. MRAM.
Baba VWAP is 287. 285 is still point of control. So now I just watch the order book as we approach VWAP.
EQH.
More resting orders on the bid.
ASM.
I'll show you what I see as an accumulation zone. We're over VWAP now on Baba. Nice. At the bottom range near pre-market low, There was
WK.
a lot of hidden orders going through. You can't see them in the order book, but you see them on the time and sales. I'll show you what a accumulation zone looks like.
IBEX. TPIC.
All right, so now you see price reacting to VWAP, which was 287. And then now a large resting
KXIN.
order appears on 285, 285.37. A lot of volatility this morning. All right, yeah, so price pulled back from 287. Remember, there's like a 25-cent spread
ALTM.
on here. Baba has a 25-cent spread. It actually fluctuates between about 10 to 25 cents.
MTWHOFV.
Price is failing to dip below 285. So watch 285. Right now, point of control is 284.40.
Pause. Fold.
284.75.
SGMO.
Yeah, this looks good for long. It's holding 285, 75, 50, 285.50, that area. You know, when you account for the spread, it's like 285.50. And the nice thing about day trading, you know, swing tickers is the worst that could happen is that you get stuck in a bag hold on something that's bullish anyway. But if you don't want a bag hold, you set your stop loss. So, all right, now we're retesting POC. And bids are appearing.
TWM. Cato.
So the supply demand dynamic is constantly changing. When you look at the order book, you can actually see it in real time. I mean, obvious, but
ZNGA.
285 stack. Consolidation above POC.
GSS.
The trend on balance volume is still positive. Yeah, so I'm good. I own this at I think 286. What else should we look at?
HIBS. Yeti. ZXZZT.
Yeah, Baba's consolidating here. This is bullish consolidation in the accumulation zone.
VG.
And when you analyze intraday price action, always do it in the context of larger time frames. So this is consolidating on the 1 minute on a larger correction
PLTR.
on Baba. Yeah, so this is good. We can look at something else now.
CIDM. MDP.
All right, let's look at BA.
CRTIA.
I don't see any. I don't know. BA, I don't know. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla.
TSLX.
Don't know. Tesla, I want it cheaper.
ONCT.
ZM's correcting.
GLUU.
All right, so ZM is
KXIN.
retesting a polarity line, resistance that turned into support. So that's 480. So watch 480. Actually, volume came in at this 480 price, 2,000 shares. I think that's 2,000 shares. Let me double check.
MTCH. KKR. SOXS. Here. ACB. QCOM. MTW.
And when I watch these levels, or when I watch tape, or the chart, or the time and sales, or the order book, whatever, I'm just looking for entries on swings. I wanna take trades that I can hold on for a couple days or weeks or months, ideally, and like not have to worry about it. So I can go do other things, and let the trade work for me. I can make money while doing something else.
LC.
You don't have to be constantly taking profits, entering, exiting, entering, exiting. You have every time you do that, even if you have free commissions, you're still paying the spread. This is a negative sum game. No Winnie, no ZM puts.
WK. FO. RCMT.
Good morning.
Hey, Josian.
Yeah, those CM puts were to be played in the beginning. Nobody should be buying CM puts right now.
Yeah, so we had that 280 480 test, which was support. That was resistance that got broken. So that's called polarity. For the the other guys listening in. And that's also point of control. Interesting.
Nah, man, shoot, I'm learning myself. Appreciate it.
No problem, man.
Yeah, I play that downside. I wanted to grab that bottom in Zoom, but I'm in Neo as well, and I'm not very good day trading two things at once, so I'm trying to not to do that.
I know I missed Zoom, but fortunately I'm holding Etsy, Fastly, MIME, a few others.
Beast.
ADTN.
So Neo is skyrocketing here. Well, testing high of day.
CORR.
I had 40 contracts at 60 cents. Just sold 10. At $1. Not bad, 40 cents.
GMDA. TZA. SRTY. OLN.
Nice trade, Josian.
Thank you.
REZI.
This setup, I'm just looking at this chart on ZM. This setup was like technically perfect, outstanding.
CORR.
The 480 line.
Yeah, it's also a pivot point. It opened right at the resistance of the pivot point. I almost went long for the 510
ONCT.
calls, but I saw the struggle right there in that pivot point area and on the tape, so I decided to. I'm like, no, I think I'm gonna go ahead and go short. Just loaded with 2 contracts. Then I only added 3 more.
VAC.
Turned out
MVP.
okay.
Psych. RTLR. HOFV. ACB. OSUR.
490 is the watch list level for Zoom. This is View app as well. I don't know, printing.
SWKS. RDNT. KXIN. IIPR. XXII. HEXO.
All right, so far on Zoom engulfing candle on the 10-minute.
And we also got a break over the watch list long short line.
Correct.
Yes, yes. And still nothing on volume profile. On balance, volume is still trending higher. Let's zoom out a little bit.
Come on, TJ, where you at, buddy?
What's the ATR on ZM? It's like $30.
It's like 25.
VAC.
Up by $3.
GV.
28.
SNDL.
Nah, I shouldn't be calculating it myself. You're right. It's about 30.
I pulled it from this is Finviz. I don't know how accurate that is though. I don't have the ATR.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it. 29.25.
Thank you. That averages
OLN.
from the prior 14 periods.
Correct.
Thank you, Jose.
SFTTW.
I need this Neo to break this time. This is it's gonna be a triple top.
AESE. HOFV. ONCT. HOFV. Fold. REZI. LSPD. EMKR.
I think on CM, as long as this area does not get rejected, we should see back to 500, or at least test the high of day.
Trib.
Tick looks strong. Just gotta push up on tick.
Teva.
QQQ is above point of control. On balance volume is still trending higher.
QID.
Thank you, Blondie.
Whoever is looking at Neo with me, be careful. There is a lot of people taking profits. A lot of people. I just saw 20,000 shares. I mean, people are taking profits like crazy.
Yeah, but 20K shares on Neo ain't much.
Mm.
Like, how many shares they got outstanding?
Yeah, I haven't looked at that.
Blue.
Bro, I think it's like billions.
DESP. TLRY.
I just see every time that it gets to the 40 or to the high of day on Neo, profit takers come right in.
Oh, I'm sure they
ODP.
are, bro. I just want you to understand, like, 20K shares on Neo really ain't a thing. It ain't gonna put much of a dent in anything.
What was the recent price target upgrade? Like 40?
45, 45, 45, 46.
Oh my god. Is anybody still holding that?
New high of day on Neo. There we go.
What a rally.
Yeah, it's about to break over 40.
Kid caught the launch right before 25%. He caught the rally. I think he was in calls like around 21 or something. And the thing jumped 25%. That was trade of the day right there.
Bro, I regret selling my 35 calls that I bought at 60 cents. I had 50 contracts.
HBI.
It went up to $5. I mean, I probably would not have held all the way to 5, maybe 3 or 4, but it's painful. I hate going back and doing the math. It just torturing yourself.
I know, it really is. It really is. But when you're getting short dated, you have to get rid of them. You have no choice, kind of.
Yeah.
So, I kind of like to do a combination of like short, medium, and long term, if possible. Or if not, then I'll just get like 6 months out or something. Just like forget about it, move on to something. I mean, the watch list, the TJ swing trades list is like so long.
This one I did a swing with my small account on Neo yesterday, and I hesitated big time. I have a lot of respect for options, man. They can break you real quick,
Yeah, you're not kidding. They can. So it's less volatile when you get like 3 months out. Even if I wanted to take a scalp, it could help to maybe get 3 months out. You're still capturing the volatility of the underlying, and you're when you get short dated, you're just increasing the volatility of your P&L.
Right.
There's nothing worse than being in a good trade but structuring it wrong. Like that's the killer. That's the real that's the one that messes you up. So
Yeah.
I try to go a little bit further out.
Yeah, this swing I took it for next week's expiration date, 45 calls.
For on Neo?
Yeah. Bought it at 60.
ONCGNX.
67 cents. It's currently at 93.
Wow, nice gains.
Thank you.
Nice
AYRO.
gains, man. Yeah, the thing that I've been doing lately is just selling puts like really, really far out. That's like a little bit, it's like a little bit easier on the nerves, I guess.
Yeah, I'm
HOFB.
starting to do that, man. I'm starting to do that. I've never written calls or puts before, so I'm doing it little by little just to get the hang of it. But
The writing
it is
puts,
safer.
it's safer, and I feel like it's easier. And like even if it goes against you really bad, the worst thing that can happen is you get filled at some ridiculously low price minus the premium paid. So like my thing is I just look for the 0.15 delta and go 2 weeks out, which 2 weeks out is like the
KXIN.
sweet spot, right where theta really starts to kick in heavily. And yeah, and then if you do this on a correction, then you're taking advantage of the spike in implied volatility. And when it reverses, the price of the put will just plummet. I mean, I've been on the wrong side of that trade so many times. So it's like a real easy trade. You put up a lot of margin, but it's a higher probability. I did that with AMD during the correction, and I ended up getting filled. I think I sold the 75. I kind of broke my rule, actually. I didn't go far enough out. I went like, I think 0.4 delta, which was, against the rules, but it worked out in the end. I got filled and then sold for a profit, and I made the premium and then a small gain on the shares. And those are good for like 2-3 day swings. Shorting the call, I would do if I was like if I had a trend following position from like a long time ago that was like really, really, really deep in profits. That's like perfect for that. Like if I owned Amazon at 1600 when TJ called it out, back when it was in 1600, I'd be doing that now. I'd be like scalping calls on it like that, 2 week out, 1.15 delta.
CSWI. AMRS.
That way you don't have to
LSPD.
realize gains on that position. And still capitalize on intraday fluctuations.
ORCC.
Nullified. No, I am not selling in the money puts. I'm selling really, really far out of the money puts, and I do this on corrections, on equities that I would like to own. So by doing it that way, I have the added benefit of having a high probability of profit.
TH.
And if I get filled, I'm getting filled at a really, really cheap price, minus the premium received. So not in the money, super far out of the money.
PLTR.
So that's kind of what I go off of.
AINV.
and you want to watch implied volatility as well. It's better to do this on stocks that have high implied volatility. So when it rolls off, when you sell 0.15
IIPR.
delta, it's all extrinsic value, which is IV and time. So having a higher IV ticker, this is gonna work better. You're gonna get more premium, and when it reverses, there's more meat on the bone.
HOFV.
More IV washes away. So
CNET.
something like Rocket actually worked out really
Test.
well. That one had high IV. I don't remember what the exact number was, but it was unusually high for an $18 stock. And that was a nice little gain. So on the correction, I shorted the 18. That one I kind of broke the rule because it was so discounted. So I went a little bit closer to the money. Around 19, I sold the 18 put. So it's like better than a limit order. Implied volatility is one of the variables in option pricing on out of the money options. The other important one is time
Gab.
value. So an option can either have extrinsic value or intrinsic value. Extrinsic is time and IV. Intrinsic is when it's in the money. So when you exercise an in the money option, there's actual value there. You're getting the strike price is below the current price.
ALB.
Yeah, trading S is good in high volatility environment.
CST.
Michael, when the delta is 0.56, it's delta is like you can use delta as a proxy for like a rough estimate of probability of closing profitable at
APVO.
expiration. So if I'm shorting
SRTY.
based on delta, I want the very, very low possibility it's going to be profitable at expiration. I want that thing to expire
CORR.
worthless. 0.56 just means 50-50 chance. So like an at the money is going to have a 0.5 delta. And what does that mean? That means that that's the correlation of the price to the derivative, how closely it moves with the underlying. So on a $1 move, you're going to get 50 cents on the
MTA.
contract. But there's other variables that you can't see. That's like second and third order Greeks. There's a lot more to it. So that's a little bit more complex. I'm not really versed in third and second order Greeks options pricing. But you want to know that they exist. So I get around all that by just going really far out of the money, selling.
SMMC. PGTI. ALTM.
Just watching, no new positions.
TH.
I'm watching Baba. I'm down $3 a share on Baba, but I'm gonna hold out for a position trade or swing trade. So look for 280 test.
ALTM.
Just waiting to add. You can see tick here is pushing higher. That's good. AD is at 1676. This means that there's more stocks going up than there is going down. So cumulative tickers advance decline in QQQ. So tick Q, add Q reflects Q, QQ. If you take off the Q, that would be SPY. So tick, add, SPY. Tick Q, add Q, QQQ. I have no target for Baba, Judge. I just look for an entry, scale partial, let the rest follow the trend up.
CD. Test. SPXS.
Nullified, there's a really good book called Get Rich with Options by Lee Lowell. The title is a little bit cheesy, but it's got a lot of really good beginner information.
SPXU. DXYN. HOFV.
Yeah, I should have taken my profits in Neo.
SBSW. SDS. Till. PGTI, ALTM. MRCC, RPD, FIVG, SA,
On the tick chart, you can see when tick made the push higher, that was the bottom on ADDQ. So it dipped slightly below the zero line, pushed up, and add followed. So tick kind of leads add here. On the QQQ, I have log scale.
FAS,
This is interesting here on QQQ. You have the VWAP test, and the trend on balance volume is up.
DXYN,
Hey, Andrew, how's it going?
Hey, Jim. Good, good. What are you trading?
MDWD,
Was just watching Baba and ZM.
HOFV, USDP, Tree,
Really great commentary this morning. I really enjoyed it.
Thanks.
AP,
So now I'm just checking out this penny runner.
No buying pennies.
No, I'm just watching.
Andrew's
that's
just
rule
gonna
number one.
short them.
We made a list of rules to follow, trading rules last night during last night's meeting.
DRTT,
I switched back to TQ, add Q.
Kramer said, Washington's going to be so boring. It's joyous. Looking forward to not checking Trump's Twitter for stock signals.
We love the volatility. It's good.
Yeah.
QQQ broke a view up.
I love the volatility as well, but to be honest, I'm sick of Trump's Twitter, man.
I know you gotta like have eyes on the back of your head with that thing.
For sure.
Kara.
Oh, here's our list, our 4 rules. Number 1, don't trade before earnings. Number 2, watch your size. Number 3, don't trade penny stocks long. Number 4, don't take the other side of TJ's trades.
What was number 4?
Don't take the other side of TJ's trades.
NYMT.
Emphasis on that.
Yeah. I like that one.
The first rule on my board is don't play shipping companies.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
Texas week.
Bro, I lost so much money in some Greek shipping companies. I'm sure you know the one, like a long time ago. So, yeah.
Tops.
Nah, dries.
Tries, yeah. I lost money in all of them. I will never go back to penny stocks.
Yeah, I was a freshman in college, new to the game, had a boatload of cash to throw in the markets, put my initial 20K in dries and watched it just disappear.
Ooh. Man, that hurts. I'm glad you're back.
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot left. So I learned real quick those hard lessons in life and started following some of the veterans in here and put it to good use there afterwards.
XXII. EVLO.
That's awesome, man.
Ping. MDWD. IIPR.
Man, I was gonna short SPY right at 352 and I hesitated for that baby. It's at 351 now.
Bro, that's the thing. Like it's at that spot. That's what I was explaining in the chat earlier. You know, you could long or short it here. I mean, the odds can go in your favor either way. It's just we're kind of at that stagnant waiting game. I don't think it's going to do that much until FOMC this afternoon.
Yeah.
HOFV. SMMC.
That would have been a beautiful swing from last night. Whoever did that. $348 area all the way to 350s.
ALTM.
343 area actually. What am I talking about?
Team, how's it going?
Hey.
Hope everything's going well, brother.
Who's that?
It's me, Gotti.
Gotti Towel, the towel guy. He went to buy some towels last night.
You already know. Sir. Yes, sir. Hope everyone's doing all right.
Bro, I missed you.
I miss you too, man. I've been
Right?
going through some bullshit in life and couldn't really focus on the trading, and I just pop in here and there, and
Out.
yeah, to get a voice transplant. Yeah, no, I'm good, guys. I'm good. I've just been leaving midday to deal with other dilemmas, but hopefully I should be back in full swing in this week. I did a closeout today on some swings, Docu, Tesla.
Good job, bro. And it's good to have you back, man.
Booted me off somehow. Sorry, someone booted me off the voice chat. But I was going to do a Tesla short and Docu, and I just hesitated today.
CRC.
So I was like, shit, let me just watch, let me just observe. But those would have been some good ones. On just short Docu around 245 and didn't.
TH.
Yeah, honestly, Jim, I could have squeezed a couple more dollars on the
CRTX.
Tesla play. Like, I got out, and I was like, sidetracked doing some other shit, and then I saw it run up. I'm like, whatever, fuck it. I mean, I still squeezed like $9 a share on it, like almost 10. So I mean, it's not bad, I guess. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. I need that. Yeah, guys, it's better, I've found, to try to avoid trading when you've got shit going on outside. Like, it's hard. Sometimes, we use this as a way to cope as well, and we show up here anyway. And I've noticed in the past, it usually backfires for me. So, I mean, I bought a couple of things and I just kind of let them sit. Like, I did mention VRM around like 40. I think it was like 40.36 to be exact. I scaled out half of it today and took some profit. Nothing crazy. I position size really small because I knew I was in the right state of mind. But it did look like a good entry area. I was trying to get the 39 and missed it, but I got in 40, so whatever. So yeah, I pretty much sold off most of my stuff. I have a little bit of Cloudera and a little bit of VRM left, but yeah, honestly, and I am pretty optimistic given that I did on the verge of losing my grandpa. Did pretty much get my car into an accident. A lot of shit hitting the fan, but I had 2 days to get my head together because I got too much going on to lose a life. So
ONCT.
yeah, just in that process. And huge shout out to TJ because being a great friend, he did help me out with some of my stuff, and lend a hand, and gave me a call during trading hours just to kind of be there and give me some good advice. So I'm lucky to have some good friends, honestly, and that goes beyond trading. So
ONCT.
yeah, guys, I'm all right. Just figuring shit out, I guess, and yeah, I'm just going through a whole process and stuff right now, in regards to my car stuff and all that. So yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate the love from all you guys. I feel guilty, I know Blonde's doing like a ton of work. Really appreciate that. Shout out to Blonde. I try to be in there for the Dream Team meeting at least last night and try to be active. Feel bad I haven't been, as active with the marketing and all that shit. So I'll do my best by today, tomorrow, to kind of get back on the ball with things. But yeah, I hope you guys have been killing it though and making those dollars.
Hey, thanks, guy. We'll be here when you get back.
Thank you,
Not
brother.
not going
Much love.
anywhere.
Thank you, brother. Much love, man. And you've been helping out a ton, and for the Dream Team meeting, I wish that I was doing that earlier with making my own playbook and stuff. So thank you for getting us into that habit.
Yeah, that really helped me out. And when you do it out of habit, before you know it, you have like 100 plays in like a very short period of time.
Yeah, honestly,
ALTM.
it helped a lot because then I had to question some of my setups. Like
INGN.
even today, I was going to take some setups, and I was like if I was to put them in the playbook, like would I look at them and be like, "Oh, that's a valid play"? No, probably not. So just kind of sitting here, and I'm not gonna lie, like not being in the right mental state is kind of
Out.
questioning my decisions. Like if that is a good decision, a good trading decision. So I just kind of sitting it out until I find a really, really good play that I can capitalize on. So till then, I'm just gonna kind of sit it out and watch.
HOFV.
I'll be on the voice chat with you guys. I'm just gonna make some breakfast quick, and I'll join you guys in a few minutes.
Sounds good. See you soon.
He definitely made the right call there, man. I've been in the wrong state of mind trading, and it's not ideal for anybody to do that.
No, it's okay. It's okay to just not take trades. We don't have to. We can just
I
wait.
agree. 100%.
Like if I go back in my playbook, I actually have to update my trading journal later. I maybe have added positions. Maybe like I added maybe 3 positions this week, once a day.
KXIN.
Yeah, I mean we can make a ton of dough just waiting for a good setup. The setup on Etsy, for example, and ZM actually, very profitable.
Yeah, that 440, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, you guys made an excellent call there.
I think the first level was 460, and then that broke, and then 480 as the ad. So it's not
DXYN.
perfect every single time,
UPWK.
but look at it now.
Yep.
Till. CORR. PLTR.
Ad is pushing higher. One trade that I missed was VIX short. For some reason, VIX instruments aren't available on Webull.
Blonde, what'd you tell me a few days ago about Wednesday?
ONCT.
That the political risk is gone and to short VIX.
Would you call it like Black Wednesday?
Oh yeah, Black Wednesday, where like everything's on fire sale.
And I said, what does that mean? And you said, short the VIX now. Bro, I did not take it.
Me neither.
Yeah, TJ was on that state of mind too.
Yeah, honestly,
CLFT.
TJ is something else. Like seeing how he dealt with his family stuff and everything, and then just bounced back like that. I was like,
Sick.
damn, like I can't be like, like I gotta get my shit right too, regardless of what's going on. So
Yeah,
yeah,
you'll be all right.
thanks, Sam.
HOFV.
This is good. My Etsy leap is deep in the money now.
Cos.
Thank you, TJ, for the alert on Etsy. Lil Mayo, I'm not really expecting a rug pull. I mean, look at the context of the correction. We had political risk, that's gone now. VIX just hit 40 and then fell 30% almost. You can't just look at technicals. You have to look at the reasons why everything's happening.
I don't know. I don't personally think the political risk is gone though. I think it's diminished in aspect, but I don't think it's gone yet.
It's diminished.
Yeah, for sure diminished.
Yeah, and don't pay attention to like financial Twitter and all these experts. It's like hysterics. So, but you know, it doesn't matter. None of that matters. It's just if the fundamentals are good, we wait for a correction.
OSUR.
This is a really good indicator to add. I'm still learning it myself, guys. This shows us the breadth of the market, like what the market is doing as a whole. So like add Qs going up, that means that the cumulative amount of stocks advancing, going higher, that's what this represents.
AHC.
Check your mic.
Someone's mic is on, guys. Hot mic.
Got him.
TH. PLYM. EQH. OESX.
Watch Baba testing the watch list level 281. Watch list level is 280. It's at 281.
SD.
I'm just waiting to add. My average is 286.60. This is interesting. Tick is going higher, and so is add. Yet Baba is drifting lower.
Stepping away for a few minutes.
Okay.
SYX.
Baba is right at the watchlist level, 280. I'm adding here.
AVAL. BSM. TZA.
I'm checking the options chain for leaps on Baba.
XXII.
I'm just in shares right now for Baba. I don't think I'm gonna use options. I want to be able to add if it goes lower.
APT.
And the leaps are a little pricey. I don't have any targets, Mike. I'm just looking for a good entry. I get a good entry, it doesn't matter how far it goes. I'll have taken some partial profits, and then I'll still have a piece to catch the move while I look for other trades. If you guys take a look at TJ Swing Trades list, it's a long list. There's opportunities all over the place. The list.
I'm looking at Docu here. It is close to the opening price here. Just seems interesting.
GTS.
Just watch the swing trades list nullified for levels for key levels. And if you miss it, that's fine. Just wait for another different setup. You have only a finite amount of capital. You can't be in everything.
That's a good reminder, Blonde. Yeah, that's something some of us forget, including myself.
DXYN. CALX.
For Neo, I would want to see some kind of like steep correction before I get into it. Like maybe some random news or something brings it down 5 or 10% in a very short period of time. That's what I would look for. Until then, I'm not touching Neo. Like what you see with what happened with Baba. Some news came out and it corrected 10%. That's what you want to look for in a large cap or mid cap that's in a strong uptrend. You want to just wait for a quick steep correction.
APVO. CORR.
280 held on Baba. It's a good sign. So my last ad on that one was like in the 280, I think 65 or something. I got filled at 280, 75, 280, 65. So my cost basis is 284.18. And I'll hold this for a swing or position, whatever you like. More consolidation.
Test.
Hey, Blonde, do you have an SPCE position still?
No, not yet, Biggs. Actually, I was looking at that last night. Okay, check this consolidation out on Baba. I'm gonna look at it though.
ALTR.
Again,
Draw.
I should say.
Yeah, I remember you were like watching it really close in that early October ramp it had, and you like called that like to the T. They have earnings today after hours, and
Oh, that's right. That's why I didn't want to buy it yet. After earnings, then yes, we should watch Space.
okay, I'm gonna note that down.
I'm gonna keep that on watch too. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, so my initial entry in Baba wasn't that great, but I left a lot of room to add, so now my cost basis is a lot lower, and it's in this consolidation here, and it's breaking out now. Like, okay, this is perfect, actually. This is one of my setups, actually. This is going in my playbook
UTWO.
right now. This volume candle here, so we broke below POC and went lower, and then at 280, you see this volume spike. Trend lower, trend lower, trend lower, stop. Somebody came in to defend price. Somebody liked it here. That's what that tells me. Because the prior two candles saw nothing. And then the dip just below that looked like a good deal for someone. And then you see this sideways, this consolidation is printing this on the volume profile. This is an accumulation pattern. Okay. Now current price is at a trough on the volume profile. The peaks and the troughs are significant
Sick.
levels on volume profile. Volume profile is just volume by price. So the amount of volume at a specific level, as opposed to at a certain time.
XPER.
So all my indicators are volume based, volume profile. VWAPs on the session weekly. The monthly volumes actually overlapped with the weekly.
Sorry to interrupt you, Blonde. Yes, I did take the long on Docu. Sorry, I got filled at 236.73. And I'm also, oh shoot, Tesla's running. Yeah, so I'm in the Tesla long as well. I got filled at 433.97.
Okay, what'd you see on Tesla that made you want to go long?
Tesla, so I missed the first initial setup here. So I want to initially get in around that 432. And I was watching the volume increase here on the last few. And I got in right as it pulled back. I did kind of slip up on the entry. I kind of executed a little bit later than I wanted to, but I did want to get in right.
STWD.
We tapped into, sorry, I don't know if it cut out. So we tapped in that area just slightly under that 434, like around that 433.88. That's where I initially went to get in. I got a little bit late, but yeah.
Okay, so on the volume profile, that 132 level is good. It's
APTs.
like right at the edge of the high volume node. So this is a support area. Like this is all support. This is all consolidation. This is a key level, peaks and troughs, areas of consolidation, VWAP test. So consolidation just below VWAP and break over is bullish. That's good. You have polarity here. You have a volume spike here. Like price came down, somebody came in and defended price. It's good. A lot of confluence. This polarity line is good too.
Thank you, Bond. Yeah, like in my initial entry, like I was supposed to, like I wasn't by the screens. I kind of missed it. It was around that fourth, like just literally under that 431, 99, 93 area. That's where I
DXF.
kind of wanted to get in. But I missed that. So yeah. Hey Drados, congrats on the baby. We are gonna have a stock baby now. A UT baby.
Congrats, Drados. Drados was in our meeting last night.
Yeah, that is pure dedication. Like, who has a baby but shows up, trades, and shows up for the Dream Team meeting?
SA.
Like, that is crazy. Like, shout out to you, Drados.
QQQ is pushing higher.
WK.
AdQ is pushing higher. Market's looking very green. I could actually look at well, not really. Here it kind of isn't really very well correlated. Like you get that big pullback, but yet AdQ was like not really that deep. But yeah, then in this case, you could actually use AdQ as a leading indicator. Like even though we had this big pullback on QQQ, ad wasn't really doing anything. It just consolidated a little bit. So that's like a, I guess you could conflate that with a bullish sign. Like QQQ is going down, but it's not really reflected in that.
TH.
But I don't trade QQQ. In my opinion, the volatility is too small, and I don't like short-dated options. The decay is way too high.
HOFV.
There's a reason TJ doesn't scalp 0 days. If he does, he's selling them. It's too easy to lose money. And if you don't know where to take profits or set losses, like, oh, I bought a 0 day, I'm making so much money, boom, and it's gone.
Yep, I've been there before on both sides of it, and not pretty.
Yeah, me too. It's the worst.
Live and learn, right? Well, we hope someone else takes the advice too, right? Because we don't need people making the same mistakes we made. That's the whole point of us being here. Mick Jagger. Yes, absolutely. That's what we do. That's what we do.
There's no need to buy 0 days. There really is not. Especially on something like QQQ where we have volatility that's much higher on something like ZM. Let's actually do that. Let's look at that. Let's quantify this statement. Here's the volatility on QQQ.
Pod.
All right. Okay, the question is, why would you not trade QQQ options versus something like ZM? Or Why are QQQ SPY 0-day options a total waste of time and a gamble?
For me personally, it's the ATR. Personally,
It's
Flux.
the ATR. Yes.
that ATR is just too low. For what? Well, at the same time, let's see, 47.18 million.
And if your risk management or if your trade management skills are not totally on point, like if you slip even just a little bit, you're going to lose everything. I mean, there's no room for error. It's so unforgiving. It's crazy. You have to be like the man every single time, which you cannot.
I agree. I agree.
You know, like how frequently can you operate on all cylinders?
XPER.
Well, it's also like for me, trading this Neo, it's so different because the contracts are so much cheaper. So I'm loading up more. But if it drops 10 cents, I could be if below my entry. I'm already negative $500-600, if not more. You know, so you get cheaper contracts, which allows you to maybe get more contracts if it goes into your direction. That's great. But if it doesn't, oh man, you're
Yeah,
in trouble.
yeah, exactly. So that you actually raise a really good point there, Josian. And I think that's why a lot of traders go for the deep island money short dated because they can't because they can because if it's available to them. They think that um, it's going to be a better trade because it's cheaper, but it's cheaper for a
TH.
reason because the probability of going profitable is much lower. And I think that's the allure of zero DTE also. They're very cheap, but they're extremely volatile and they decay really quickly. You can't really see it, the decay. It's like a hidden variable. So okay, so the question
How's it going,
is,
guys?
TJ, hey,
Hey, TJ.
I was just going on a rant about zero DTE, SPY, and QQQ.
Hey, TJ.
How's it going? Yeah, zero DT. That's tough.
VAPO.
Here's QQQ.
Unless you're selling contracts, then it's okay.
Exactly. If you're selling, then it's a different story. But yeah, just to conclude, 2.5% volatility on QQQ
SYBX.
versus ZM, which has 7%. Why would you trade QQQ versus ZM? And I'm done.
Oh, I'm so glad RKT is up. Beautiful.
VRTV.
Yeah, RKT had a great move off 18. I sold the put around there, like 95% gain.
Oh, good call on that.
Thanks. The premium was surprisingly high for an $18 lock.
And my Shopify, oh my God, the amount that Shopify went against me for it to be pretty much almost at break even. Crazy. RKT, I think I'm going to start selling calls on it. Sell the 25s. Maybe go a little bit further out, actually.
All right, watch Tick here. Tick is pushing up. Generally leads ad.
When's RKT's again?
Let me check. November 10th. Oh, tomorrow is space earnings, TJ.
All right. That's going to be exciting. Hopefully they have some new development. Man, my ZM position, that is crazy.
Yeah, that was good.
Man, we killed it. We slayed this.
Oh, my mistake. Space earnings is today.
Nice. Hopefully, they have some nice earnings.
And remember when I mentioned buy XLNX? Even that position is up 7% now. Man, I wish my PNL could look like this every single day. That would be amazing.
What the hell, TJ? What is that?
That's how we do it.
That's insane. Good stuff, brother. Good stuff.
Man. Every single one of my swing trade alerts that I gave out, guys, are up.
You're a beast, man.
Yeah, if you take a look at Swing Trade, TJ Swing Trades channel, you can actually see the the results of each one of them. Doing pretty good.
Soon you'll have more money than the Vatican.
I hope so. And start my own religion.
Pause.
Yeah, Mike, I don't think that's gonna fly. Plus, there's easier ways to
Show.
not pay taxes. No cult. We should have honestly, it's like it's not even a religion. Just be a decent human being. That's not a tough job.
Amen to that.
Yeah, so here you can see QQQ kind of came down. AdQ came down, so did QQQ. So correlation there. And then tick leads ad kind of. So like tick's pushing up, ad Q should follow. In theory.
Beautiful push on Neo.
Sick.
Oh, that's a really nice push there we got.
Ad Q is such a great indicator. You can I mean it defines the uptrend so well.
Exactly. That's why I like using those market internals. And guys, our APT is doing good.
HOFV.
Nice.
CRC.
See a clearly defined channel here oscillating around VWAP.
Special doctor, you got to give me more data than that. Yeah, I still have ZM. Like you guys know when I bought ZM, I have 57 average. I went really heavy onto ZM because again, earnings run up is my initial play. So I accumulated about 800,000 shares and just holding on.
Ooh, TJ. That's going to be amazing, man.
Oh, I know. It's already amazing, but going to be even better.
Holy mackerels. I mean, you might as well just run CM, for goodness.
$800K shares? What the
I know he has insider information. Jesus.
No, don't use that. Where's the fun in that?
No, we don't need inside information.
I
We're just that
know, I
good.
know.
Like Blunt said, where's the fun in that?
Oh, what a beast. Man, one day.
That's what we call stupid money. That's that FU money.
Actually 803,200 shares.
Gotta make sure you come right. That 803.
Woo.
QTWO.
Yeah, I have no words for that, man. Stonks.
I mean, I told you guys to hold on to ZM. Like it was so easy when we bought it. It's like, guys, look at the daily chart. Just hold on to it. Buy, hold. That's it.
Even the other day when I was on the phone with you, you're like, everything was going to shit. You're like, yo, but look at ZM, That's a good place. I should have
DRTT.
got some.
Oh, I didn't hedge my ZM position. It's a play into earnings run up. So, most of it is going to be gone by earnings run up. I still haven't taken some profits out. I should have taken it out today, 500, but I was at the doctor, so didn't want to trade on my phone.
Baba's pushing higher. Broke overview app.
I have bigger positions. It's just, can't really alert them.
SBSW.
Now that's a little bit scary, TJ. I have bigger positions. I just can't talk about them.
Now I really believe you have more money than the Vatican.
Yeah, TJ's the one that pumped up docu for me so I could get out today. Thanks.
And he stayed quiet too while I said that.
These are the top two.
Yeah, my jaw just dropped for a second, when all that silence just hits at once.
I just don't try and think about the money. Just think about the percentage. That's it. Like everything that I'm doing is just a percentage of what I'm risking. And guys, like me, like there's plays that I know which direction it's going to go. I just don't know when. So, for that reason, I don't have, I don't try and like guess where it's going to go right away. It just, for some reason, it just turns out that it goes up instantly. Not always, but usually that's how it goes.
HOFV.
Tupperware was amazing. 2 to 30.
IAG.
Yes, so no volatility on QQQ is like non-existent.
GHL. MTEM.
No, like the biggest positions there, not penny stocks. I told you guys I don't put a good amount of money into penny stocks after NAC, but larger companies I don't mind. And some stocks are just easier. But yeah, INTC is the first one.
It's like a guessing game. Now you guys got to figure out the other one. Do a little scanner.
Yeah, Big C is the second one. I added so aggressively, as you can tell. So now I'm up royally on that position. So that's good.
Hey, nice alert on AMD. And I'm also watching the Tesla bounce around that like 432, just slightly under there, and then pop back up. Keeping it. And AMD is around that 82 area. Nice alert. BP. Yeah, it looks like AMD's just been kind of consolidating on the 5. Where we're looking at the 15 on AMD, it has been getting a little bit of support under here, as you can see by the lower wicks forming on the last couple candles here.
WK.
Guys, just stick to the process. Anyone can do this. It's not hard. You just gotta push yourself, right? Nothing comes easy. Everything you do in life, anything worth doing, it's worth doing properly, right? So, if the older members here know, they see my progress. This isn't something I like instantly knew how to do. It took us a long time to get here. Huge hurdles. Some really bad days, some really amazing days, and some really good runners. Like, Tesla this year, just that built everything for me, right? Tesla set me up, and I risked all that money on other plays afterwards. Like, Tesla alone was just, that's all. That made my account. I never blew an account because I have like multiple accounts, but I was close a couple times. Yeah, to be honest, like I probably I probably took more losses than all of you guys in this group combined. In just that, February 2018, just that one day, I probably took more losses than all of us, and that was a hard recovery. Like mentally, that was the hardest recovery I've ever had to go through. But you know what? All that soul searching that I did for 3 months after that, it paid off. It set me up to be stronger now.
Thanks for sharing that, TJ. I probably need it right now, so thanks, man. And yeah, even when I go through some bad losses, when TJ tells me about what he went through and how he bounced from that, it's like, that is a true, says a lot about a man.
Biggest win? That's tough. I have a lot of big wins. I think Amazon was the biggest because of how many option contracts I had plus the shares. So that would be like single-handedly like the biggest position, right? Like the single-sided trade. But that was a combination of different options and different prices, different strikes, different expiries. And then I'd say second would be Tesla. But Amazon, you guys know, like I spent 3 months accumulating all those positions. It's it was a hard road, but that was the biggest play. And now like ZM, like Tesla's good. I still have my huge, like I have a huge Tesla position. Now ZM is my next play. Like I think that's the one that I really want to focus on for the one reason that, you know, they have earnings run up coming up. Their earnings has been like crazy. I do, you know, according to Brenda, their earnings isn't going to be at the same explosive rate, quarter to quarter basis. So I'm going to play mostly just into the earnings run up. 520 is my like initial target to scale out. After 520s, then I'll, you know, dump as much as I can before earnings. No, Brenda is not single. She has me.
YCBD.
I just can't wait till I learn how to properly like code this to be able to manage my positions, and that is going to be game changing. But that's going to take 5-6 years, maybe even like up to 8 years. If I think it's going to take 6 years, I'm going to just plan for 8. Be realistic, and as soon as that's done, then I'm done.
That's amazing, man.
I keep saying I'm going to retire, but I don't know if that's possible.
I don't know if you're gonna retire. But
You
think
just
about
never
it. You keep making all this money. I mean, you could retire at this point. You know all the people you can continue to help throughout your life, man. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, and when I mean retire too, it's like I'm not going to be like actively day trading, but
TCH.
you know, like I have made a pact. Like my mom's done
VFF.
it, my dad's done it. You know, 50% of my, you know, my net worth, I'm going to be donating it away. So, you know, I just want to try and get as much as I can right now, and then spend money just
Awesome.
creating the projects that I believe in, which is sustainable development. I think everyone just needs that helping hand. And you know, there's some countries, guys, they don't even have clean water. Can you imagine living without clean water?
That's
I
great.
want to change that. That's the biggest thing I want to change. So everyone has living conditions that are acceptable. If I can change that, I'd be happy.
That's awesome, man.
Good stuff, TJ, man. You're doing God's work out here.
Thank you. Trying my best.
YGYI.
I mean, even if you weren't doing all that, you saved my ass yesterday with, you know, situation. I got to still deal with that today. I have to go back, but thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem. The guy's a good guy. And honestly, he'll hook you up whichever way you want.
Yeah, man. You know, just you even, you know, being there. I know you were busy doing trading hours and shit. So thank you, you know, appreciate that. TJ is a real solid friend, you know. I mean, he knows that, you know, it's good to have people like that in your corner. Just people that, you know, are there for you when shit's hitting the fan, just to give you advice, counsel, you know, aside from, you know, him setting me up with someone. So, yeah.
Honestly, it's not just me. It's like all of you guys. You know, it's a team effort, right? And as long as I can lead by example, I know a few people, a good portion of you guys will follow the lead. And guys, like, you know, I made the most money because of UT, right? Because we're working as a community. And like I think it's like the karma. I really do think, like, honestly, okay, I know I'm talented, but not this talented, you know, like to the point where like now I'm just like, holy shit, how is this possible? Right? It's like a surreal moment
IGC.
to even think about how like I could have accomplished this. I never in my wildest dream thought this is even possible. It took so many
APVO.
people like longer time period to get to this level. So yeah, it's also like the whole team effort, right? I mean, we go through trades, we take losses, we talk about our losses, we talk about our wins. You know, we analyze each other's trades while we're like trading our own, right? By doing so, everyone is just collectively learning.
Yeah, I can agree to that. I've learned the most this year in trading than the last two before that, and just by listening to you guys and Johnny. Man, Johnny with his tape reading. My goodness.
VG.
Yeah, I definitely learned a lot more this year than the previous few years. But I think part of that is also, being more committed, being more disciplined. And I'd like to thank this group as well, this team, this community, because it holds you accountable, right? You want to be able to contribute more because you show up, and there's 10 other people that know a lot more than you. Well, I mean, not just 10, I mean hundreds, but if you guys get my point, so you want to be able to contribute that and give back, especially when you have people that are teaching you and putting out their tips. You want to be able to do that for someone else, so it holds you accountable to as a higher standard as well. So shout out to you guys.
Yeah, and we're proving to the world that this is the most
SMTX.
cutthroat industry. Right? It's fucking finance, right? This is where everyone. It's like a dog eat dog world, but we're proving that even in the hardest situations, like we can work as a team. Right. The one thing you'll notice is like we don't have to front load anything. When I tell you guys trades and even my swing trades, where I mentioned long over, some of those levels don't even hit yet, right? And you won't see me just like alerting it because I need volume to go, for it to go up or anything like that, right? What we have, it's so true. It's truly like special because most people are selfish in general, right? And that's why the world's so fucked up. But there's so many people that complain about it, do nothing about it. But hey, you guys are stepping up to the plate, doing something about it, helping one another out. And guys, we're putting food on people's table. You have to remember like what we're doing, like our impact is so great. And it's in such a good way too, right? I mean, yeah, I can help, I don't know, like supply water to all of Africa, but I can't keep doing that for the rest of my life. I'll just deplete my account. But what we're doing is we're giving the people that have that grit, that determination to do something better with their life, we're giving them the tools that they need, that they're missing in order to achieve that goal, right? And put money on the table. Sorry, food on the table. That is something that's priceless, right?
Yep, that's very true, TJ. It's a very good point.
Honestly, I haven't seen anything like UT in my life either. That's why I wanted to start it, because it's time for change. And most people are taught to trade fucking penny stocks. And while the guys that are running the groups and shit, they're front loading everything. We don't have to do that. We're trading large caps. You guys can get in and out at any time.
Oh, and Blonde, shout out for the alert with Baba earlier. I was taking a look at that and I grabbed a few shares.
Oh my god, I'm up on OSTK. Thank God. Shit, that thing went so far against me. Finally, I can close this. Man, that's how bad my OST position went against me.
I think I've seen worse, TJ, as you know.
Does Brenda like OSTK?
No.
TJ?
No, I was just like trading because it's a nice momentum one. I thought I got a nice dip, but obviously dipped even more.
Good. Good. I think so.
The dip gets a dip, right?
REZI.
Yeah, and I didn't want to add on to the play just in case it's not one that I like regularly trade, so I didn't go too heavy onto it. But luckily, that one's up now. And that being said, guys, I do encourage you guys to speak up. If you want to talk on voice chat, just let me know. I'll give you voice chat privileges, and put yourself out there. No one's gonna do it for you. You can sit on the sidelines and watch, and yeah, you can do good. But really, working as a community, that's where you get the top returns, right? And that's why, and I want you guys to again, do your homework. But how many forex traders again have retired trading forex? How many of them are billionaires? Not a lot. But if you look at the Forbes 500 billionaires list, every single person has either equities or they built a multi-billion-dollar company. That's it. Most of those guys that have the multi-billion-dollar companies, it was just handed down family legacy. So, realistically, the only way to really make serious amount of money is equities, right? That's how we do it here. And again, you don't have to aim for $1 billion. You just got to find out what they're doing that got them to $1 billion. So then you can at least target 1 million. And then after that, slowly increase your target.
MDP.
Oh, and just make sure you have what's it called? Push to talk on. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, that's super important with all the hot mics we have. I'm super paranoid too sometimes if I don't have push to talk on my phone. And yeah, that's something I think we would all appreciate. But it happens, guys. Don't, beat yourself up if it does.
So if you want to, make money winning in this industry, I mean, it's a broad question. Like, what is your background? Like academic background? Yeah, but what are you taking? Is the question. Okay, so there you go. You already have the framework. Then, push yourself harder. Um, it's not hard doing what we're doing. It just takes time. You have to
APVL.
collect the data. So again, run Excel sheets. Have everything that you track everything that's valuable to you. Right? For me, I didn't start by buying aggressive positions, right? Like I had my investments, and Fiverr, I have a position from $18, but I only have 1,000
ALTM.
shares because at that time I also had a position portfolio of 70 different stocks. But at that time, Fiverr was just it's like space. It hasn't really proven its concept yet, right? Okay, space is actually worse than that, but I'd say it's like NIO, where Fiverr was good. It was making revenue, just hasn't been profitable. Now, at that time, that's what Fiverr was. So I didn't put too much money into it, right? Now the biggest gains, guys, is by finding that big runners on the best names, and that takes time. Nothing is easy, and you just have to keep doing it, like grinding. We talk about these trades. Look at CGC. Remember when I told you guys to buy CGC, and I was like, we were near the bottom on CGC at 16. We went heavy. We scalped the hell out of that thing and held on to a good position. That trade I'm still holding on to. Like 2 years ago when we bought Roku, I'm still trading Roku, right? There's some really good trades that a lot of people kind of miss out on because they're after the next momentum stock. Fuck the momentum stocks. Go for stocks that have long-term value. Though there's a reason why I'll put like an infinite amount of money into something like Tesla or Intel or Amazon, ZM, Shopify, PTON, for example. I still haven't sold my PTON position that I'm still holding from 81s, and I have a position that's way lower in my TOS account. And again, just don't sell. That's the only thing. And once you have a really good entry, hold on to it for dear life. Like risk losing it. That's just how it's done. I use fundamentals to evaluate risk. That's really complex. But there's so many ways. Like you can look at your portfolio risk itself. You can hedge out risk, market risk. There's so much types of different risks that's involved in the markets. That's why we stick to tech. Tech is easy. Oil, fuck, there's so much geopolitical tensions across the globe that you have to keep up with. Same thing with gold. Same thing with, like healthcare. If a bill gets passed, it can hurt. With tech, like what's the only thing that can hurt us is, if we have regulations on big tech. That's literally the only real thing, right? Underlying business models, yeah, some of them have weaker models. Some of them do better. Like right now, like we were golden. We were in tech before this whole craze happened. And thanks to COVID, all our tech stocks are up, right? Like that was the best hand. We got dealt a really good hand. And we were early into tech before everyone knew about it. Like, I mean, some of you guys might remember in November, I was literally like, guys, this is where you buy Tesla. And, to this day, we're still trading it, right? But how many of you guys are actually holding on to that Tesla play? And Nullified, you have to break that habit. I mean, you're here to make money. Why would you spend all this time trying to make money if you're going to, cut it too early? Right? That's the biggest issue. Well, Nullified, we all started with a small account. It's not like I grown the account like the first, I think, the first like 10K that I put in. That's what I started with, and I gave it time. Right? Some people try to rush this process, buying options, buying stupid shit that they shouldn't have, that have no value except hype factor, and then they get tanked on, and then you're back to square one. So just don't be in a rush. Like shit does not just happen right away. Yeah, it could in a penny stock. Maybe you lucked out and you bought SPI at the lowest and it fucking went up 600%. Yeah, that kind of happens once in a while. But again, is that something you can trade on? Is that something you can bet your life on? No, right? Oh, and the best thing I ever did was stop trading penny stocks.
APVO.
Well, options, that's why I don't like options. I mean, what's the point of making money on an option contract when, the time's up, the time's up. You can't really do much about that, right? And if you hold it up until expiry, I mean, you're just going to deplete. Everything decays. So, by that time, when theta decays, when delta decays, and gamma decays, you're just losing money. I don't know how to grow a small account. Okay, like I started with 10K, and then I got lucky. It was back in 2008, just after like the crash. So actually, I had like 2 months where it was down, but I bought Apple. It was an easy buy. Everybody loved that stock, and I made money. I kept adding. That's the one thing. Like for my job, I kept adding onto it. Most of my bonus like goes into my trading account. Everything that I buy, everything I make,
ALTM.
every single paycheck went into this trading account, right? So again, how to grow a small account? That's what you do. Dollar cost average in. And give it time. Like the hardest part is the first like 5 years, but that's the best thing about it. That's why people give up in 5 years. If you can just last that 5 year period and slowly, steadily grow your account, you're setting yourself up to win for the long term. And a lot of people aren't able to, sacrifice today for tomorrow. And that's the biggest issue. Everyone wants money now. But that's not how it works. Like for years, this is all I've been doing. That's it.
Damn, we got a TJ's Wheel of Fortune. I like that.
Yeah, shout out to Jeff for making it.
Shout out Jeff. You're the man.
Millie.
And this is stuff you tell us on the chat on a consistent basis too. I don't know how many times I've heard you say that you're hedging, you're selling calls, you're holding, when you get a good dip buy and you alert them, obviously you make the list available for everyone else as well too if they take advantage of that, and you just rinse and repeat, right? So
Yeah, and guys, there's not a single stock in my portfolio that I haven't alerted to you guys.
yeah, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that, right? Worry, like, here's the thing, right? Like being in that state of mind, like I've been there too, where I'm like, you know what, at some point shit's not working. But then I realized the reason shit wasn't working is because I wasn't putting enough time into studying. I wasn't putting enough time into practicing, working on my mistakes. I was just doing the same shit over and over, the same dumb mistakes until I got caught slipping. So um, that, coming back to UT and like really, breaking down where I'm losing. And if you don't already have TraderView, you should get it. It'll show you where you're fucking up and you're not. Pardon my French. That will help you a lot. That's something TJ also got me on too. Something I kind of knew about, but I was a little bit lazy to do. But we have a lot of people here that hold you accountable to your bullshit, and they did that for me. So thank you guys. So worry, and also you do need capital to trade. Like when you go through some losses, you blow up. It's gonna be hard if you don't have any capital left over and you start revenge trading to make that back. So it won't hurt to have another stream of income, right? And then continue to build this, right? You can go about it either way, whatever works for your schedule, your life, your style of trading. But yeah, definitely can't lose. Trader with the first one, Mickey.
All right, yeah, Yanni, I actually wanted to ask you because you've done it a year and a half. You went from 10K to 130. So, what trades worked for you? What was your favorite trades? What was like the holds that you had? Like, what's your averages on it? I think a lot of members would like to learn. I mean, right now, if I'd started with 10K, I can obviously probably do it a lot faster. When I started, there was no resource to help me out. Like, this isn't something you'd get taught in school, how to trade, right? I was in fucking finance and, we were taught to evaluate trades, manage portfolios, nothing where we're actually making money, right? So this isn't something that it's easy to do. And honestly, your progress is so much faster. And I think all of you guys, like I mentioned this again too, right? It took me 12 years to get here. It will take you less than like Like, because if you can work as hard as I am and do the amount of hours and work as a team here, you'd probably achieve this at a faster rate than I have. 100% positive on that. Yanni, good job on shop. Shop was your best. And Yanni, what was your like hold time on those like long term plays? All right, so how many of you guys actually hold on to stocks over like 6 months? I'd probably say like maybe 80% don't hold on, right? And that's kind of the problem. And also, it's not just holding; it's like you have to hold it at the right time. Like to this day, my first stock was Apple. I still have Apple in my portfolio to this day. Second stock was Tesla. I still have it. Third, I think I bought Baba and one other stock, Yahoo at the time. Those did well for me too, and I still have Baba today. Yahoo's got bought out, so no more Yahoo.
APVO.
And Yanni, there's a good question here. Did you use
HOFV.
leverage or just like cash settled? All right, good job, buddy. Yeah, and guys, we had such good dip buy entries, right? Like the market was so favorable for us. This was the time to really make money. Handle losing streak positions. Honestly, I don't have much losing streaks anymore. Now, if it is down, it's because the market's down. There's nothing I can do when the market's down and my positions are down, except for hedging out, which we hedge out risk all the time. And my trick is I only trade the best stocks. Like, why am I always trying to chase the next momentum stock? That I found that I was taking my talent and just throwing it down the drain. All the stuff that I did, all the research, all the like my specialty, right? Analyzing stocks and finding its like true intrinsic value and forecasting growth. I put that all down the drain by just searching for the next momentum stock. And you know, the easiest way for me I found is stick to what I know, and it's fundamentals. And guys, fundamentals anyone can learn. By the way, we are gonna have a lesson soon, probably sometime next week, and yeah, you're gonna enjoy that lesson.
LCI.
kind of think of your self-discovery process there, TJ. It's like going into the supermarket. They put the eggs and the milk at the very back of the supermarket, and you've gotta go through and get there without hitting any of the other distractions along the way, whether it's penny stocks or momentum stocks. And then when you're about to check out, they've got all the candy and treats in front of you, and you're about to pay, and more distractions. So what you've learned is just to go into the supermarket, get the basics, which is blue chip stocks with great fundamentals at great entry points, and and that's it, right? And then do things like selling calls against those positions or selling puts. So yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and
the way I think
Tony
about
will
it.
tell you. That's a really good analogy, by the way, because there's so much distraction. There's noise. There's the market noise, the CNBC. Guys, to this day, I don't watch CNBC. I don't watch fucking Bloomberg. I don't think it's good for me because then I have an opinion based on someone else's opinion, and they run on fear, right? If people are watching CNBC, it's because they need something, right? They are looking for something, and when you're searching for something, that's when you're most susceptible to like taking ideas that shouldn't have even like gone through your head, right? So I stopped all that. I literally just listened to myself, look at the market, look at what's like affecting the market in a sense, but don't let the fear drive your decision making. Don't let other people's like, yeah, there are people that can turn $100 into fucking $1,000,000. There are people like that. But if you try to be the few exceptions to the rule, you're always gonna land short. It's way easier just following the bread and butter and give it time, guys. Like you're doing this to reach financial success. Does
APV.
that have a time frame? Do you really care whether it happens today or 2 years from now? I mean, you're already like, if you're doing this, you're doing this because you want to make money, you want to change your life, you want to do something that'll make a generational shift for you, your family, your loved ones, your friends, right? And your community. If you're going to be doing that and you're already stuck in a hole, like don't dig it deeper, don't try and like force it. We can't do anything. The market moves on its own. The market's always right. You just got to flow with the market, right? A lot of people try to do the opposite. That's why for me, I made one of those big rules. It's like on those red days when we have aggressive selling, those are the days I'll start adding on to it. I never sell my long terms when it's a red day in the market. It makes no sense. I'm giving away free money. And Tony will tell you when we started, like Tony always knew, like I always had my long terms. I've always like shared my long terms. Everyone knew my positions, but I wasn't this big. It's now rapidly grown because we had 20% corrections. And most of those stocks went up over 100% the first time, and then another time, and now we got the September dip, which was amazing because that set me up. And then again, we bought this dip, which technically QQQ came down to the same level as it did in September. So we got two beautiful entries. Like we're just compounding growth at this point, and keep reinvesting it. Don't take the money out. And Tony knows it was not an easy road. Like Tony will tell you, my VIX trades, you know how much I went against me for me to add on to it. It was frightening. Like to say the least, it was frightening, and there's times I had to use so much buying power to save me from these big trades. But those big trades are the ones that really cushion my accounts, right? And yeah, like you keep, luck comes to those who try. Right. So the more times you try to get those big winners, right, the more chances that you're probably going to land one or two. That's why I trade so many different tickers and not just like one. I know ZM was going to be easy because, we're going to have that run up into earnings. So everyone's bullish on that ZM earnings. I'm not so much. But because I'm using like the market's hype, why didn't I just go all in on ZM? And Amazon, you guys know my position in Amazon. That's the easiest one. At 1800s, I just told you guys, just buy Amazon. That's it. And then remember when Apple came down, it was like 20%. And actually, I forgot. I think it was XC3. He was like, Apple's not worth it. And I was like, guys, this is the best deal you could get for Apple. Just buy and hold. I still have my position from that day. And the other one, XPO. Remember, Tony, when XPO tanked? I forgot even the reason why it tanked, but it tanked so much, and I just kept holding on to it. TWOU. That went against me so much, but still held. Sorry, go ahead, Tony.
No, I was trying to recall about it. When XPO and when it went. I think it might have been a short seller report, or it was a really bad quarter. One of the two.
Yeah, that thing went down. When did it go down? Oh yeah, because it went from $100 to $40. I forgot why it went down so much.
IIPR.
Maybe they lost like a deal with Walmart or something like that. All right, here, I found it.
Wow, that is ridiculous. That is just, I don't even know what to say.
How did you pull a 2018 post?
Oh yeah, the 2018 post, guys. Like it's in the.
How do you go back and grab that, man?
TJ is
Scrolling.
I know. You can search it now. Makes it easier. Just go to the ticker and then search it. But like for the 20, like this is the 2018 dip buy.
guys. I watched Tesla here. Sorry, TJ, to interrupt.
Like right there. That was the 2018 dip buy. Look at the percentage gainers on those. AMC, by the way, did go up. Actually, we made money on it, and I got out. Didn't lose a penny on AMC, but all of these positions went up. JP Morgan, I didn't hold on to that. Like within days, I got rid of JP Morgan because I had Citigroup. But guys, look at the like PNL on that. That is how I started. Like this 2018 dip, I tackled it perfectly. I like actually flawlessly. It's as flawless as I could have done at that time, and that was the best entry we ever got.
APVO. Tree. Pod.
And then this was the 2019 like dip buy. And this one, again, I just put the shares in. I didn't put like my actual position size or anything. Just put like one share on each, I guess, or $1,000 as a base currency. And guys, just from March, it's up 191%. Like that's why I'm able to trade today. It's because of all the sacrifices I made those other days by holding on to it. It's so easy to take profits and call it a day, quit. It's so much harder to hold on to these plays. And you might hit some really good wins. That's the best thing about it. Also, even the portfolio I made back in December, right? Again, so there's some entries here that are so good. Take a look at right here. These are the top performing ones. The worst ones, again, we had better entries on it, so it wasn't an accurate representation of how well we did. Yeah, so you have to sell like when it's
FUTU.
time to sell, right? Like Tesla, guys, we killed it on Tesla. We nailed it. And then, as soon as they did, you guys know how bearish I was after the split. I was like, guys, this is bad. Split is the worst thing that Tesla could do. And as you saw, it went down, like 20% afterwards, right? So we prepared for that. We got out. And I got in again, had the best entry on Tesla that I could possibly get. Everybody was scared to buy it. I took that leap. Trusted my instincts on it, and yeah, it worked out. Let me see the Tesla one. This was legendary, though. I actually can't believe I had that entry. I did scale out a little bit too early, though, so that's one mistake I made. Yeah, the 318 after hours. That was the beautiful one. 315 was like my average on that one. I held on to it, like no fear, no hesitation, no reservation, no fear. Like if you think it's a good one, hold it. And yeah, it melted over $100 a share, right? That was ridiculous.
Yeah, I need to work on. So now I get these really good entries, and then I sell this shit too early, and been working on that. That's not always the easiest. I think that's the big takeaway is that I think anyone can get some decent entries, but being able to hold it that long, through all the little pullbacks and all that, to mentally be able to maneuver through that's the hardest part, right? Like I could have held AMD longer. I could have held certain tickers longer that like you just sell because you're having your own conflict within, right? So I think that's the big takeaway is that he was able to hold through all of this.
Yeah, what allows you to hold longer is one is a good entry, and two is scaling, like being able to skim a little out. So as soon as you capture just a little bit of profit, whether it's 10, 20% of your position, 15% of your position, whatever it is, that gives you sort of a greater peace of mind and the satisfaction that you've actually capitalized on it. But if you're going all in and then all out, all in and all out, you're forced to make a lot more emotional decisions, or people tend to make more emotional decisions, and not they don't let it ride out.
Yeah, and use the skill sets that you have. Like, so my approach is systematic. Even though I'm more of like a discretionary trader, my approach is systematic. Like Tony knows, when I started that, like investing, yeah, there isn't a year that I didn't scale out, but I always kept a portion. Like I tried to keep at least 10% of that position. And that's what actually got me to this position now, right? And then now, like holding 10%, yeah, it's a lot of money now, right? But how do I get to that lot of money area where it's like even owning like 30,000 shares is a big deal? It's by starting to hold at least 10 shares, and guys, the alerts we give, we are telling you guys the best stocks, like the ones with the lowest risk, the lowest risk like on a trade, right? There's only a few trades that have really gone against us, but that's like one of our best trades will write off one of the worst trades, and 90% or even more than 90% of the time, like 96%, it's profitable.
Yeah, I think like I think of all the trades that I hold the longest is when I understand their fundamentals the best. like the company structure and the company value, and its ability to be profitable. When I really understand that, and when I get a decent entry, like a bounce off the 50-day, or bounce off the daily VWAP, or when that
Sets.
coincides like with a support level. I think that's when I'm the best at holding stocks longer, and I don't hold stocks very long period. But I'm not I don't invest like TJ does. Um, but that is the the commonality of companies that I'm okay with holding longer. The ones where I don't hold are when I haven't done enough DDD. I don't know. I don't understand the fundamentals very well. I don't know if I got like a really good solid entry, off of a pullback or out of a breakout of a consolidation area or something like that. It's
DNB.
those mediocre trades that I really have a problem holding a long time, because I just don't have the confidence in them, right? So maybe being selective of your entries, not just from a technical perspective, but also a fundamental
DXYN.
perspective, are sort of the keys to being able to hold those positions longer through thick and thin. And then, like I said initially, is to scale some out to satisfy that ego of capturing a little bit of green, and knowing that you've done that, that'll let you hang on to the rest. That was the biggest secret for me, was unloading some, and that helped me. I still struggle with it too, John. I still have the same problem, riding the winter. I had one this morning. Just even in a day trade, I have trouble sometimes hanging on long enough.
Well, thank you for sharing that. It honestly makes some of us, I'm sure, feel a lot better too. And you're right. It's about also being more selective with trades, which I noticed when I got this winning streak. You kind of just start trading, not everything, but I mean everything on your watch list, I guess, which are good stocks. But I could have been a lot more selective with the entries, allowing bias to kick in. That was a huge thing. And like you said, right, taking off that, a portion, right, versus, me going too heavy like I did, I remember a few weeks back, which then throws off your whole game. Like I could have gone in, with less aggressively and then slowly scaled out. But, there was a greed factor kicking in because I had some losses outside of trading. So, yeah, that definitely helped.
Yeah, and one more thing, right? Like, if you have a $70,000 to spend, right? Are you gonna get a fully loaded Acura TL or whatever it's called now, or are you gonna get a Benz? Okay, like let me hear me. Here's a good one.
Neither. I'm going to buy a BMW.
100% agree.
At the best, man, come on.
But to be honest, the Mercedes A-Class is like the cheapest, best car I've ever bought, because I got it for my sister, and oh my god, that car is amazing, and it's way better than the BMW version, like their 1 Series or whatever. And so here's a choice. You have a choice between this car, a TLX, or this fucking beauty. And this is the same car. I took it to 200, and I posted that picture a couple of weeks back. So would you rather have the TLX, or would you take the Mercedes? You're going to go with the fucking Benz because that's the best your money can buy. So why would you decide to put your money into stocks that are not the best? If you're so adamant on getting the best of whatever money that you have, then don't buy shitty stocks. It's that simple. It's fully like the opposite approach that a lot of people make, right?
APVO.
It's like, buy the best stocks, not the shittiest ones. Buy the Benzes, buy the Beamers of the stock market. There's a reason why these companies are blue chips. There's a reason why some companies aren't, right? So don't go into the next rush. I see a lot of people making that mistake. And yeah, you can make money, but you can also lose money, right? I mean, what's NKLA trading at right now?
I looked at NKLA this morning and I felt a little better about my life.
I mean, look at that shitty stock. We didn't trade this. I never told you guys like this is a good stock, right? And KLA, I told you like this isn't the one that I would buy. This isn't decent, and to this day, it's still a piece of shit, right? And there's a reason for that. They have nothing on the books, and the same reason why. I think I mentioned this a long time ago when NIO was trading at around $8. I said, guys, when it comes to cars, there's three stocks. There's Tesla, NIO, and SHLL. Those are the three good ones. The rest are just junk. NIO was like the second one. I mentioned it a while back. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, by the way, guys, sorry. I think it was TJ was talking earlier. I did close out the AMD. I thought it was 82.22 for some reason. It was 82.11. But I locked in at 82.53. I got out, and then I forgot about the post.
BACO.
I ran up to 64. I was looking at that 82.50, and I just wanted to close it out. Trying to play a little bit safer today. I've locked in some decent profits on both accounts. I'm not trying to blow it right back. So, yeah, from here on, I'm just going to be looking for really good setups, and otherwise just chill out. Oh, and we have the meeting at 2 p.m. I did not know. Well, I've been kind of out of the loop with everything. So, SPY is starting to come down here. Low volume though, on the 5. I also do have eyes on Baba as well. That's something that Blonde pointed out earlier.
LI, I didn't even research it. Sharky did the research. I just bought it because I trust him. And he's a good analyst too, fundamental basis. We have a couple good fundamentalists here in our group, and when they say it's good, I don't even think twice. I just review it, obviously, because you still have to do your own DD. It's your own money.
Kern.
But yeah, if I agree, I'll take the trade. Same thing with like Tony. Tony mentions a trade. I know he loves looking at like those stocks with decent valuations. So those dip buy entries, those are amazing. And we did the same thing with so many stocks. Like, remember when we were accumulating CGC? It took me, it was ups and downs. It was always trading around my area. But now I'm happy. Okay, I don't know what CGC is trading at today. Hopefully not back at my entry at 16s. Let's see. Oh, yeah, still good. Okay. And we get those really good entries. Sometimes we can hold on to it. Like APT did so good for us that I can still hold on to it. IIVI, like literally Brenda was like it's trading at a discount, just buy it. Like that's pretty much what the consensus was. And now look at IIVI. This is a stock, guys. We looked at it in one fucking day. Me and Greedy were like, this is too good to be true. We, took an entry, but added on that dip buy. And I didn't get enough on the first time. Luckily, the market corrected, and I added more onto it. And look at IIVI now. That was so easy. Corsair, another easy one, right? We get some of the best entries. And when you get those entries, fucking hold it. Do not let it go, right? PTON, I mean, everyone was bearish on this, right? Because, they had a recall for some product back in 2017.
DXYN.
I don't even know which year anymore. I haven't sold a single one on PTON. Yeah, same thing. GRWG. I fucking just held on to that one for dear life.
TJ, sorry to interrupt you on SPY. We are reopened. Is tanking.
SPY's been tanking here pretty good. 5 minutes.
And GAME, and guys, look at all these stocks we mentioned. Like Groupon. Groupon was a recent one. I was like, guys, just buy it. That was an easy buy. GRWG, Home was an easy one. IIVI was an easy one. Like we have some really good runners. And it was just by just finding those great dip buy opportunities.
So I did close out almost everything. I mean, throughout the day. Did add a little bit back to Docu. I'm down like about $1-ish, like $1.50, and down a few dollars on Tesla. Well, I locked in profits and I added back in, so not technically down for the day, but yeah.
Sick.
And one huge takeaway from last time was that I was adding way too aggressively. So now I'm like very, very careful with my entries. I'm adding a lot smaller and leaving a lot more room to add, especially because, you know, we've had quite a crazy week. Like, I'm not very confident yet. I did take my profits and I'm okay with that. I'm going to try to stick to day trading at least until next week.
Oh yeah, like today's a good day to get out of positions. I mean, guys, we just recovered the entire dip. This is like the time you take out profits.
I'm going to post a chart of ES here, TJ, with the RSI on the top. Tell me what you think about this chart. Where are you selling? Where are you buying? What are you seeing?
You know, we're at resistance here, right? And look at the RSI. Like this is exactly RSI resistance. This is where you want to sell. Like today, literally, all I'm doing is just selling from the positions that I'm holding on to, right? Because it makes more sense to sell it now. Because look how fast we jumped back up. And yeah, can it go higher? Yeah, it can. But why would you not take profits when it was just straight 5 days of going up, right? The likely, like the chance of a pullback is so likely. Look at the distance on those candlesticks, and there could be a big pullback.
I thought I was just tripping out thinking that, but I was like, maybe it's the fear in me. But I was like, we had such an insane run up, like even just yesterday alone, right? And today, so I was like, why am I going to get stuck with the bag hold? Like, why don't I like? And I'm glad I sold Docu around like 242s around there. I mean, it went up to 245. As considering short didn't miss that, but you know, now just literally just a few shares like around here, around 234.
Yeah, at the very least, when you hit a resistance level, you got to take a little bit off, right? You got to, otherwise, you know, what you've learned about resistance levels doesn't mean anything, right? So you can't just hold your entire position at a risk when it's stocks rallied into a resistance area, right? And you know, say it's 4 days straight up, you have to at least take off a little. You know, maybe that's just a third of your position on something, or maybe that's where you start initiating a hedge. You sell some calls against that position, or you know, you're buying an inverse ETF or something. You know, at the very least, you got to do something at that line, right? And then you've covered yourself there. And then maybe you've got a plan if we break out of this range, this area, this sort of making a little bit of a flag. If we break up and out of this range, you know, maybe that's where you're adding back, or you're taking a little more off. You know, set up a plan at that resistance level of what you're going to do.
Yeah, and I think that's the one thing that a lot of people don't do is like they don't have a plan. They don't have like, okay, now it's up. What do I do next? Like, you know, you can't just instinctively trade, right? Like you have to have goals in place. You need to know what your price levels are. When it hits it, you can't hesitate, right? You can't be greedy. I see a lot of people that get greedy, and sometimes that happens to me too. I was greedy on Amazon. I was greedy when I took the SPY short. I should have taken profits when, you know, SPY started recovering. It took me so long to, like, literally I was up over 300% and I closed it when I was up 150%. Got greedy. Same thing with Amazon. I was up like 290%, closed it at 150. So, you know, with options, it's harder. And, you know, one thing is like the greed aspect is when you're locking in profits. So when I was talking, we always think like greed is like, okay, you just want to hold on for longer. It's actually the opposite. Greed is what makes you sell too early because you want that to lock in that profits. and locking in the profits on the tickers that, guys, we use fundamentals. I pour millions of dollars into these positions, right? I don't do that on a fucking hunch. I don't just like wake up one day, I'm like, okay, today's a day I'm going to buy Docu. No, it's like it took so many hours of research. So leverage all that. Like, I don't take these positions like out of nothing. I'm not risking my money on something that I don't believe in or trust. So use that to your, to add to your like skill set, right? So you're like, okay, TJ's buying. Like I told you guys when we bought ZM, guys, just hold on to that ZM position. That's it. Remember when we bought the dip? I'm still holding on to it. When we bought Tesla dip, still holding on to it. And realistically, it's just that holding. Like I can tell you when it's a nice area
BDTX.
to enter or exit, but it's your choice to sell, right? And how much you sell. Don't take off too much too early.
Yeah, so someone mentioned that Baba had a little pop there.
SNDL.
I did mention when we were at point of control in the 5-minute, we were going sideways. And wow, Baba looks pretty.
Yeah, I loaded up on today.
Yeah,
I woke up literally at 7:30 just to look at the earnings. I saw it was down. I was targeting like 270. I was like 270 is a good dip buy opportunity. As soon as I saw it over 280, didn't even think twice. Added aggressively at the 283s.
That is very nice. Oh, and huge shout out to Blonde. Blonde alerted this like very early. I remember getting in initially on Baba around like 282-ish. So yeah, shout out to Blonde. I should have held it a little bit longer, not gonna lie, but it's all good. Profit is profit. At least it's been a green day.
Yeah, DDOG, that did good for me. I'm not liking how it's not going over 100. For me, that's not a good sign. The market pushed up. DDOG is still kind of hovering around here. It should have been a bit higher. It should have gone up a little bit more.
Yeah, I just need to push on Tesla now, and that'll be all right for the day.
And guys, there's going to be bad days. I'm just like letting you guys know there's going to be days where it's going to go against you. I can't control every position that I have. It's impossible. I don't even try, to be honest, right? It's your success is based on your portfolio, not an individual ticker. If you set yourself up and diversify enough that no one ticker can blow your account or do you any harm, you're going to end up succeeding, right? I'll use this as an example. I didn't add on to Netflix because I don't really I believe in their model. I think they're going to do amazing. I think they're going to beat every other like production company, but they're going from like a whole subscription base where they had really, really good margins to now decreasing that because they're funding their own movies and stuff and TV shows, right? That comes at a big cost, but you can take a look. The green line is where my average is, but I've had days where it was down. And I didn't add on to it, but you're gonna have days like this where it goes against you. And yeah, the day before I could have been like, shit, I should have sold it. It was over 500, but then it dipped, right? It like tanked on me. But then what if I sold it? What if I took that loss for no fucking reason? I just had to wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days to get more money than what was previously available to me. I think what changed for me is I don't take losses anymore. If I know it's a good stock, I trust my instincts, trust my analysis, that I'll just hold on to it. And I know that's something that's going to take a while for you guys to develop. It's not easy. It took me years to develop, to trust myself, to put this much size in it. But I did the back test. I saw what Brenda was doing. And like, Brenda is me, guys. Like that's everything that I learned pretty much coded, right? That model is providing me real-time valuations, but it's all based on my approach, right? So it's not like, there's something special. There's one thing that I did like learned while I was building it is when I was doing the back test, it was that I was selling too early. I was leaving so much money on the table. I'm talking like 80% of the money I left on the table. And I just changed that. And as soon as I changed that, that's when everything just was exponential.
Yeah, that's my biggest thing too, is generally just selling too early. I've slowly become better at scaling out, but still needs a lot of work. I did add back in a little bit more docu here, but a very tiny position, nothing close to what I used to have. Maybe like not even 1/5 of it. Yeah.
So what do you mean by too early?
By
sorry.
too
What is it? Yanni was asking.
TJ knows my definition of too early. I was a little surprised. Is TJ asking me what's too early? Because TJ knows when I mess up.
I know, right?
I was bring my ass up. I was like, what? Someone asked how you came up with Brenda. It was his high school crush, right?
Hell no. I hate the name Brenda, to be honest. But the thing is that, we have a lot of like home automation in our house, right? So everything is like I just speak to my phone, it does something, right? Turns the lights on, turns it off, dims it down, all that stuff. And every time that I'm also trading, it's like I'm always looking at my scanners and stuff, right? So 10 would always call it Brenda. She's like, you always spend too much time with Brenda. You don't spend enough time with me, right? So, so I don't know why she came up with the name Brenda, but it stuck. That's why it's named after it.
That's joke. Hey, I mean, if she named it, it works, Happy wife, happy life, right?
Exactly.
I'll be right back, guys. Give me a few minutes.
Oh, too early. I mean, that's hard. Every stock is different. Every stock has its own inherent risks involved, right? There's some sectors that are better and some sectors that are weaker. It's kind of hard to just put them into one category, but I'll give you a good example. When I started, because right now I'm fucking amazing. This is what I do, right? But in the beginning, I wasn't that good. And I'll just share this. So this was the post when I bought Tesla the first fucking time. I didn't buy it when they became public. I think they went public 2011, right? I bought Tesla in 2013. Was it 2013? Let's see. Yeah, March. Take a look at the revenue in March 2013. I bought Tesla because of fundamentals, because they had a proof of concept. They were starting to make money. And I think they went from 400,000 revenue to 900,000 in that quarter. So here, let me see if I can post it.
People.
This is when I bought Tesla. That's it. That little spike in revenue. Now I'm gonna zoom into it just so you can see it a bit more clearly. Right there. And that's how I started, buying companies that are worth your money. again, same thing. Like buy, if you have X amount of dollars, that's all you have. You have to make sure that you're putting it into the best stocks, not the best momentum stock, not the one that's, everyone's bullish on because it's the next Tesla. No, you fucking buy the Tesla. You don't buy the next Tesla. You buy the best one that has a proven track record, right? Like I would buy a Porsche any day just because they have heritage over a Kia, 100%, because of that one reason, right? They have that brand recognition. They have that reliability. They're, smaller issues have been like worked out.
Hey TJ, I just spoke to your guy right now. He asked me to drop by, so I will check in with you guys a little bit later in the evening. Once I get back home.
All right, buddy.
Thanks again, brother.
Yeah, I'll be sticking
And
out. Though. I have a
honestly,
doctor.
John Gotti, like I think first recommendation, write it off. He can get that done for you. Second would be fixing it up. I told him if you want to go that route, he'll include a couple other things for you, like tinted windows, some nice rims, all that shit.
Hey, real nice. Thank you, man. Much love, brother. I appreciate everything. I just want to get the headache dealt with and out of the way. He said he could get me a really nice rental setup too. So, yeah, but I don't really need too much. Just I just want to get the shit out of the way, get everything resolved, and peace of mind at least, and then get back to my trading. So I can be here actively again and properly. And yeah, man, thank you guys for everything. Appreciate everyone that PM me and everything. You guys are sweet. Appreciate you guys. We'll touch base soon. I'll probably be watching the chat off my phone when I'm there anyway. So.
YGYI.
So sad I didn't fucking short VIX. That was the biggest mistake. That's like, what, 30%? 35% from the lows. Wow. Damn. I hope someone took the VIX short. I got a little bit scared because elections didn't know if we'd had that one day where it goes up to like 50, right? Like back in February 2018. So I was like, stay safe. But yeah, that was my one big, that and Etsy. Those two are the biggest mistakes. Blunt, how are you doing on Etsy, by the way? How much are you up on those contracts? Nice job, Blonde. I think here is a reasonable area, just because of how the market went up so aggressively. 150 is my actual target. You're pretty much just there, like from the moment you got in. Good hold on it, by the way. Can it go higher? I think you have January contracts, right?
January, yeah.
Okay, I mentioned to you to keep track of the IV. Have you tracked it on a daily basis or multiple times intraday?
APVO.
Yeah, it just keeps going straight up.
Okay, good. When that changes, that's when you want to get out. Right now, it's still not a bad area. Like personally, because you have one contract, so it's harder. But for me, this would be like a scale out area.
Okay. Yeah, like I probably could have I don't know, maybe taken profit and then gone into Baba would have been good. Like rotation.
It's a hard choice, bro. Like that's why I won't tell you what to do, like straight out, flat out. Because to be honest, I think Etsy. I'm holding on to Etsy from like my other portfolio for the longest time. That position is there because I think Etsy is probably going to be around like $200, but in a couple quarters if they can continue at this rate. So for me, it's a long term hold. I missed this dip buy, which sucks, but I do think there's more potential for it.
What do you think about
January contracts? It's a little bit tricky.
What do you think about holding the expiration and just exercising?
I was thinking that's good too. I was gonna actually mention if you can exercise it, because I mean you got a solid entry.
Yeah, I bought it when it was dropping to like 122, and then it went in the month like deep in the money, like almost the next day.
Yeah, and
So
that's gonna
yeah,
help. Because you have the 120 calls.
I bought the 125 January.
Let me take a look
So
quickly.
if this is like a long term, if this is good long term, I mean, maybe I could just exercise it and hang on to it, and scalp calls, maybe I guess when the time is appropriate.
You said
Scalp like short
125 calls, right?
125, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, data is only 8 cents, so you're losing $8 on a daily basis. Now, Delta's at 70, so
Okay, now it's pulling back a little bit.
and time value wise, I mean, $6 is your risk. Are you up like over $6? So which means $600 per
up.
contract. Yeah, right.
Just checking. It's hold on.
Yeah, because right now about 25% of your option contract value is the time value, so that's good.
All in.
And yeah, the rest is pretty much that
So
intrinsic value
it's
stuff.
up 85%. So at $1,100.
YGYI.
Yeah, that's not bad. My only fear is if we have another correction here, because like Tony posted that daily chart, it looks like we're at that RSI level that we can come down on. But beautiful
VFF.
hold, buddy. That is the
Thanks.
one trade I wish I entered, and I didn't want to chase it. I didn't know how fast it'll move up, so that was a miss. Luckily, Coop did really good for me. I'm so glad. Thing finally bounced.
Oh, what's your average on Coop?
Let me check. Coop 258.
Warren, it's COUP.
SI.
I'm so glad I finally got that WIX ad that I've been waiting for.
I just saw the Coop chart. Nicely done.
Thank you. Remember the first time I
What?
tried it in September? I was bag holding the fuck out of this one because I bought it at 280s and then it tanked all the way to 240. So this time, I was like, okay, I'm going to be careful. I'll buy it if it goes to like 260 after it dipped. So yeah, I did well on that one. Finally. The other one, like I didn't even make money. I think I made like $6 a share because again, it went so far against me. I had to add aggressively. Same thing with W.
Wait, what'd you say about W?
Same thing with W for me. So here's how I like analyzed this one. Same setup as Coop. So the first time when we bought it in September, I went in too early into W. And then when I did make money, it was only a little bit. Then you see that one spike where it went all the way up to 290s? my average was around there. So that first spike saved me, and then I rebought around 250s. So now I have another W position. So hoping this continues.
This is actually a perfect re-entry right at the like a lot of I can see a lot going on here on the volume profile. You have the trough, you have polarity from July, and then you have the retest, obviously from September. It's good setup. Good setup. And at each of those retests of that support, you have a nice little push up on the volume bars, x-axis. And then that huge volume spike in early November, 8 million shares traded. RSI trend break, looks good.
Yep, and this was the newest one that I added on to my portfolio, MIME. I like the growth metrics on this, so bought that one.
I have in Miami actually. I entered it around the 38 level. Well, my entry was late. I hesitated. 40s.
Oh, that's still good. Good job.
Thanks. ZM was perfect. That was like a bottom tick, literally a bottom tick at 440.
Yeah, ZM did good for me. Honestly, hopefully it continues to move up.
I have a Fastly Leap 70 strike March.
Yeah, I bought Fastly too. What was my average on Fastly? Not as much shares, but I have a 68 average. Only up like 6%.
I'm so conflicted on Etsy. Like, if like ultimately the target on this is 200, I mean, am I being greedy right now? Should I just like exercise? I don't know.
Yeah, because I don't know when it'll hit that 200. I think like my biggest concern is the market. If the market goes down, then that's going to go down. It might destroy IV, and IV when it's the stock's going down against you, can make a serious dent on the option pricing, right? Especially because now you're in that range where theta starts to decrease more rapidly.
Yeah, and I'm not exactly that far from expiration either. This is like 2 months out. This is not even a leap.
Yeah, and you don't want to like deplete it. So yeah, just keep an eye on. Just take a screenshot of the option. What's it called? The chain, and just keep watching for any changes. You'll also learn a lot by doing that. No, day trading is not as good as long-term investments because with long terms, you can make more money. And $300, I don't think that's enough to even start trading.
HOFV.
You have to, play, right? You have to pay to play. This isn't a game that's designed for smaller accounts. It's designed for like larger ones.
I think with such a small amount of capital, you really need capital to make capital in this business.
Yeah, don't even trade with 300. Like, do yourself a favor and just keep saving it. Like, get to at least 5,000.
More money working to get up to like the amount of capital you need, and then start. If you're going by like the amount of time it's going to take you to get where you want to be, maybe. Because if you, all that
And this is how you're going to compound it. Sorry to cut you off. Guys, just aim for 5% a week. That's all you have to do on a weekly basis. 5%. That is not difficult. The trades that we take, like you don't even have to touch a single option contract to make 5% on the trades we take. Yeah, shares. I mean, guys, there's no rush. If you're gonna risk your money, options is the worst way of doing it. Like, please don't. Yeah, you can make money. You can also lose money really fast. And if you're starting off, like again, it depends on your skill level. Like, do you know fundamentals? Do you understand what you're buying? Do you like fully understand like the market, like economics? You know, those are stuff that I can't answer for you. Only you know the answer to that, right? But yeah, like if you can't even kind of like grasp what a intrinsic value is, do a relative valuation based on its peers. You know, if you can't even compare it on a fundamental basis with another stock, then you know options is probably not the best way to like make your account. I think every time, like, what's the number one like rule in trading?
Don't get greedy.
Capital preservation. That's number one. I don't care. I'll put so much money into any stock that I think is safe. Capital preservation is the biggest thing. So when I started off, I mean, yes, can some people do it differently? 100%. I agree. With the talent I have now, I'll probably be way better if I had to like
SMMC.
start all over again, which is why I'm taking the risk now. Like right now, 99% of not just my um, net worth, but my entire family's extended families is with me, right? I'm doing everything I can to provide for everyone in my household. And that's a lot of mouths to feed. So, you know, there's a lot of pressure to perform, but more importantly, there's more pressure to make sure that I don't lose anything. Because eventually I do want to make sure that my family and extended family are taken care of for the rest of their lives. Wrapping cars is actually a good business. I think here I paid about 3,500 to get a wrap fully done. And the best thing about wrapping is like the cost of the material is low. You need like a handful of tools. The only thing is like you can mess up, so there's a lot of like time risk when you're wrapping cars. But yeah, it's not a bad investment. But you want to judge your markets as well, right? Like, do you have
APVL.
enough clientele to be making money wrapping cars? Like, what is your edge over every other shop? Right, so the bigger shops, they have
ALTM.
money. They can spend money on advertising. They have stupid amount of followers, you know. So, you know, can you compete at that level? And how much hours are you going to put into it to compete? That's why I love trading. Guys were like, you know how many like millions of people are literally working every single day as we speak, as I'm
ECOM.
speaking right now, to make sure my portfolio moves up. And you have to remember, guys, like companies make money. The company itself, they do offerings. That's how they get cash from the markets. And when the stock value is up, they can obviously they can get debt issued because of their market cap. They can use that as their valuation to take out loans, debt, convertibles. Like there's so many different ways they can do it. But realistically, it's the investors that make all this money. It's not the actual company itself. When Tesla is doing so good, how much money did Tesla actually take? Like $6 billion, right? This year. $6 billion is what Tesla, like the company itself, took out, right? How much did Tesla stock went up, like market cap wise, this year alone? So in January, they were
YGYY.
at around 87 billion market cap. They're currently trading at 400. Tesla took what, 6 billion? Maybe 9. I'll be generous and just go with 9. All the rest of that money is investors' money. Investors made more money than anyone there. Okay, Tesla, well, since he owns it, he made some money too. But realistically, it's the investors, right? Tesla doesn't. I thought he owned more shares, but he actually doesn't. He owns like a small portion of the company. I think Toss is the best platform. Second, IB. The best thing about having the IB account though is like I'm buying the same stocks that I have pretty much in my other account, but this one I can scale in and out of and then never sell on the Toss account unless I have to. US has more people. They have 330 million people. So the target market is bigger, which means, law of supply and demand. When there's more demand, right? And the supply is obviously there because it's, there's always going to be a supply. We're trading electronically, right? So it doesn't really cost these businesses too much, relatively speaking, versus like the old days when you had to actually get like a certificate, and the overhead is a lot lower too. And most of the brokerages operate independently from the banking side of it, right? Like TD Ameritrade is different from TD Bank. They have like that Chinese wall going on, and for them it's profitable, right? And then you have competition, right? The best thing that could happen is you guys got free trading. Canada, we don't have that. Like what? We have 20 million people. From 20 million people, how many of them actually trade? Because Canadian markets are so dry that nobody even wants to trade it, right? And then a US exposure, like if you want to trade US, you have to convert your money. A lot of people don't want to do that because there's the currency fluctuation they have to worry about. So again, sometimes it's easier for them to just buy a ETF hedged in Canadian dollars done. Yeah, for Canadian stocks, I have CGC, so weed, and I have Shopify. Pretty much, that's it.
ALTM.
I have managed, portfolios before, but I don't want to manage anyone's. If I'm so good at this, why would I do it for someone else and take like 2%? What the fuck is that? 2% of the entire pie. It doesn't make sense. I have exposure to capital at any point. Like I have brokers that can give me 20 times leverage at any time that I need it. So I don't really need the capital, right? So what's the point of, like today's return? If I use someone else's capital,
SI.
here's the return, unrealized. How much of that do I actually get if I only make 2%? So why would I do it for 2%? Like this is actually a really good one because my realized profits is pretty much how much I take home from 38 million.
FVRR.
That sucks. Like okay, it's around like around like 800K, right? So that would really suck if I only make 800K on 38 mil. So the same reason why the best traders, they leave investment banking. Once they have it all figured out, they know what they're doing, they'll leave. Like the best ones I know, my mentors, they left as well. Because what's the point? Why would you make a percentage when you can take the whole damn pie? Yeah, that's how it goes. So my day trades, all the profits I make day trading goes into my swing trades. Everything I make in swing trading goes into my investment, and then just rinse and repeat. Nothing has changed. Like that's just how I just do things, and honestly, it's a proven strategy. It's always worked for me for years in every single market environment. And I take like less than 1% for myself as income. So yeah, just make sure you guys don't take out. And one more thing, guys, like the entire time until I left banking, I had not like taken out money from my investments. So the first, what was that? 7, 8, around like 9 years, I literally took out nothing from it. I literally invested everything that I could. Now there is a few exceptions because there's actually maybe three, two or three times that I did remortgage my property just to like get into a one big trade, and then after the trade's done, I put it back in and paid off the mortgage. So that's the only time that I've taken out money aggressively, and also for the Lambo, I had to. It was a good deal. And one more thing, guys, don't scale your expenses. So many people, what they do is the worst thing. And it's actually good for us because, it gives me a competitive edge that they won't have. And I have friends that make a good amount, like 200K plus salaries, right? But they also live in $4 million houses. They also, spend, a stupid amount of money on vehicles and depreciating assets and trips to fucking like extravagant trips everywhere, at every chance they can possibly get. They spend money on stupid shit like going out to eat like expensive food and stuff on a regular basis. It's just every step you take forward, you're taking two steps back, right? So you're always going to be stuck in that rut. For me, my financial planner taught me this, and it stuck with me. And it's like, because he mentioned like the first time I get a raise, pretend like you never got the raise. You were able to live without it yesterday, so why can't you live without it today? So same concept applies for trading. I'm not going to increase my expenses because I think I deserve more. Fuck no, I didn't work this hard to spend it now. I've worked this hard to spend when I'm ready to like deplete it pretty much. And even when it's ready, some of you guys know my kids, they're not getting my investments. It's going to be in a blind trust. They're not allowed to touch the principal. They can live off the interest. If there's no interest, then fuck it. That year they're going to have to suffer. Same goes for any of my family members. When I set up everything, even when I said I'll donate like 50% of what I make in my lifetime, like whatever my net worth is, it's all tied to the market. So whenever I do that, I'm just putting it into a fund, and then whatever money the fund makes, that's what gets donated out. So it never kind of like depletes, right? Well, minus like the inflation. I've already adjusted for that. JC, looks like you got some VC money coming in. Your startup's doing good then.
DXYN. TTGT.
Jay-Z, I hope that's a lease. Please don't tell me you bought that. I used it better. But yeah, depreciating assets, try not to. Yeah, and so some of the older members know this, but even when I got the Huracan, like I actually leased it out. It makes more sense to me. During the day I'm here all day long. It's not like I can enjoy it. It's not there to just sit there looking pretty in a garage that no one's gonna see, right? Except for myself. So I just like lease it out, and in another 2 years, it's fully paid off. Technically, I got a free Huracan by just renting it out. Yep, and you're in fucking California. You know how easy it is. Here we have winter. I can't rent it out in the week in the afternoons. With a car like that, you should do it. Just make sure you have like insurance. You have like maintenance insurance on it.
SNDL.
So then, if anything happens, that insurance covers it. I have friends that have rental car companies, so he does exotic car rentals for celebrities, you name it, politicians. So he has a good book of business. So went with him. Plus, I don't want to go deal with the headaches. He deals with that. Oh, is anyone talking on voice chat? I think Jem, your mic's on. Jem and Arms. Oh, click the mute option on Discord. That should fix it. I'm thinking I should take my first scale out on Amazon today, but I don't know. I scaled out too early. I think it was yesterday or the day before. So I might just hold on to it. I like Elliott wave. I believe in the Elliott wave like theory. It doesn't always work out like just like how they mention it. But yeah, Fibos, Elliott wave. It's a good technical, I guess, tool that you can use. Oh, whatever happened to those? Those 4,000 Robinhood accounts that got hacked? Does anyone know what happened to them? Was anyone actually affected by it at DUT? Oh, that's weird. It doesn't work. Oh, there's youtube.com. There we go. That's why. All right, there you go. That should work. When I click on it, it works.
OLN. YGYI.
All right, I think I'm done scaling out of positions. Gotta go back to studying, so I'll talk to you guys later. Oh, the female voice is Holly. It's not me that named it. It was Trade Ideas. Oh, Exotic Stalker. How's your portfolio today? Good job, buddy.
XXII. XPO. ECOM. HOFV. ALTM. HCHC. GVP. Knob. HOFV. FTDR. NIO. GVP. KBSF. HOLX. APVO. Millie. SNDL. OLN. APVO. XPO. RGLD. REZI.
Yeah, the coiling on Workhorse is interesting right now. Yeah, DraftKings was one of the ones I was fortunate enough to get into. Was that Friday or Monday?
APVO.
Yeah, that's what stood out to me, Jay-Z, is it bounced right off of that 200 EMA on the daily chart. DraftKings did.
SBSW. CRC.
Yeah, so I think that was Monday that I picked up. I scaled out a third today just because it's running pretty high. If it pulls back, I'll add on. I definitely wanted to lock in some profits.
APVO.
Yeah, I mean, it was what, 64 a month ago? You don't see that, Jim P? Hang on a second. I'll post a screen capture.
XPEV. XSOE.
All right, I gotta jump on a work call. I'll be back.
ONCT. FIVG. APVO. KBSF. OLN. SOXS. FTDR. LASR. ANCN. ECOM. APVO. SNDL. VAC. YGYI. IIPR. ANCN. LOV. KBSF. BACO. XPEV. RYAM. ANCN. XSOE. HOFV. HOFV. EXN. ANCN. SOXS. IIPR. MTA. VRTV. BWEN. SI. VECO. BACO. ANCN. FIVG. OLN. Millie. ANCN. APVO. SOXS. XSOE. RYAM. BWEN. QTWO. LOV. Beam. APVO. KBSF. OLN. Alb. ANCN. SOXS. JDST. APVO. KBSF. Pause. QTWO. ANCN. OLN. ALB. IIPR. SMMC. KBSF. XPEV. APVO. ANCN. Beam. SNDL.
I am on voice. I'm still holding this Etsy call. I'm trying to decide if I should take profit or if I should just hold, if I should execute. Like, what is the benefit of executing this versus just selling it? I don't know. I should probably plug it into the TOS risk analyzer.
Pause.
I'm probably overlooking something. Oh, Winnie, I don't know if you're listening, but I could look at ZM later on screen share if you want. That's exactly what I was thinking. One, two. Just execute it, have like a great entry on Etsy, and just keep it and just scalp, far out of the money weeklies on it, like whenever. I really, really like that technique. 125, so I'm like deep in the money already. Oh yeah, I can't. Webull doesn't let me sell. Webull doesn't let me create calendars. It's kind of lame. Yeah, yeah. And I don't think I can transfer options. Off-brand broker.
HOFV.
That's all right. Neo is 4150 right now, and there's still a lot of bids on the order book. That's what they said, but then I contacted them and they told me. Hang on, let me pull up the email. They said you may wait a few months. I was looking forward to that. They said, quote, advanced option strategies in October. It is now
JDST.
November and no calendars yet. That's all right. It's just one position. But I am going to probably have to start funding IB. God, guys, we were looking at Neo and when it was in the $20 range. It's doubled.
ALB.
These perfect trends are so
SFET.
great.
APVO.
Look at this. Why can't all our stocks do this? Just trend in one direction constantly. No, I wouldn't enter here. I would wait for a correction.
OLN.
You have to wait for a correction. I mean, maybe you could sell like a really far out of the money put, but that's like that's forcing a trade. So that would be a boredom trade. So there's no setup here. Even if you wanted to, even if you wanted to enter on a strong uptrend, you have to wait for a pullback anyway. Like, okay, so this is trending strongly, so I would use a trend following indicator, like Ichimoku. Let's see what Ichimoku says. Well, because if it pulls back, then you're gonna have it. Then it's gonna go against you. So one of two things will happen: it'll pull back, and then the premium on the put's gonna skyrocket, and or it'll keep going and you make money. But that's like a low quality move. Yeah, Jay-Z, I kind of want to do that.
SNDL.
Guys, options are advanced hedging instruments. We do trade them from time to time, but the setup has to be perfect. If your timing is anything less than perfect, you're going to lose money. And you can lose a lot of money. So please don't trade options.
Trade options if you have a strategy, but I'm getting DMs like almost daily about like new traders that clearly have no strategy, and that's just gambling at that point.
I'll put it to you this way: if you buy an option, expect it to go zero. If you can't if you're risk averse to the point where you can't allow the option to go to zero, then don't buy it. Because every option that you buy, you should expect it to go to zero. So the risk reward is good, but you have to consider your risk tolerance. And the setup has to be good too. You know, if you're buying at the money calls on like a deep pullback, then that would be a good setup. If you're buying weekly calls right now, like 10% out of the money on NEO after this massive rally, that's probably not the best setup. And there's variables that you can't really see or tell, you know, that are changing by just looking at a chart. But when I say variables, I mean you know, factors that affect the options pricing.
WK.
So one of the easiest strategies that's in this, actually, I'm just going to link this book. Everybody that wants to trade options, read this book. That should be a bot command, Jay-Z. If anybody's stuck in an options position, the bot command will say, read this book. You know, the awkward title aside,
ACB.
it's actually, it has all the basics in there, like, and it does a really good way of explaining it, like to the non-trader kind of. If you've never heard of an option before, that's like goes from A to Z. Judge Fred, I would only do that on a correction when the implied volatility goes up. And the nice thing about that was waiting for the implied volatility to go up. In other words, waiting for a downtrend to start selling puts, is that the moment that the downtrend slows down, then the put that you shorted is going to it'll be profitable faster. Like the IV will come down when the momentum stops. So then at that point, the asset that you just shorted depreciates rapidly.
ANCN.
Yeah, I don't have too much to say about Tick and Add. Try to keep things pretty simple. Tick, basically, you just want to see if it's positive and negative, and then you want to see the range. And then generally, you're going to start seeing a trend too. So today, you can kind of see this downwards channel. On Add, the RSI is a lot more telling. So you can kind of see the trend very clearly with RSI.
XPEV. BSM.
Number 4, keep doing your thing.
IIPR. Sick.
I don't have Twitter, TJ, sorry. I vote for.
XANC.
This was a good setup on space. This is going to go in my playbook.
Pause. SNDX.
Weekly VWAP with strong support. Then you break over a session VWAP resistance, comes back down to test session VWAP support. So that's polarity. And then rallies. And then you get another retest of the VWAP support. So this chart right here on space, actually, it's a good example of why you take partial profits as soon as it goes in your favor, so that when it pulls back, then you can add again and then do it again. And then you add on the pullback, sell on the rally a little bit. It pulls back, add again, it goes up, sell again, like that. So I'll like put this in my playbook and then write a description too. So every time I see a chart setup, I'll screen cap it and put it in my playbook and write a description.
APVO. XXII. OLN. SP.
Neo is going parabolic, but it's going up on volume. I don't think this is really going to slow down. All right, this is actually interesting. This is a good setup.
ETW.
Hang on, I'm gonna put up my screen share. I mean, I wouldn't long it here, but I would have longed it maybe around $40, 40, 50, let's say, for like a scalp. Maybe even the break over resistance, like pre-market high. This is a good setup. All right, so my screen share is up. I'm just looking at this space chart.
You guys see that Amazon dip just now on the Bezos news? Like that was, I'm sure, a scheduled sale, but Amazon just dipped hard. Yeah, it's old news, but it dropped.
Watch a retest of 3,300. That's the watch list level. Did we test that already? I think we might have.
Yeah, it went to 3305.
Okay, yeah. Damn, that would have been a perfect entry. Let's see if let's see if it hits 3,300. Yeah, I want to see it either. It might not. That's all right.
I think it covers here. Like I was late on it because I was just jumping off of a work call. Damn it.
That's all right. Yeah, I would just set an alert for 3,300 or 33, like maybe $33, 3,300 and $3 or something like that.
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna look at the space chart.
Kids.
Okay. So pre-market high is $40, let's call it. So that's where I set my line. And it acts as resistance up until it breaks out.
It's on back to 3325.
Nice. That was a good call out. Thank you. Is that Kazmak?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that was a good call out. 33.05 is perfect entry.
I didn't get in there. I was a minute late, so I got in at 33.14.
All right, so I'm looking at this NEO chart. I got it on my screen share right now.
ANCN.
Here's pre-market high on NEO. And these moving averages are the 50, the 100, and the 200. Okay, and this is all right, so the moving averages just help me visualize the trend, and they do sometimes act as support resistance, but I can get I can see the trend. The 200 is pointing up. The shorter moving averages are above the longer ones, so 50 is over 100, 100 is over 200, right? And you can actually see here how they behave as supports and resistances sometimes, not all the time. So that's one thing. But the real main thing that I'm looking for was this right here. This is what interests me here. This part right here. You're making consecutively higher lows, and the moving average is pointing up. Okay, so that's a hint. Okay, this thing is trending higher. Obviously, if you look at the daily. And always you want to do this in the context of the higher time frames. If you look at the daily, you can clearly see this is an uptrend. Okay. Every time the flag breaks, you get push on volume. That's also a good thing. Every time you get a flag breakout, it's on volume. Boop. Boop. And price is rallying with increasing volume. And also the unbalanced volume is trending higher. Unbalanced volume is calculated from the total cumulative volume. And I slap some moving averages on there. I just use 9 and 26 because that's what Ichimoku uses. So thought it might be good here. Okay, yeah. So on the daily, we see an uptrend. Oh, cool. Thank you, Judge. Oh, cool. Thanks. I didn't know that. So what did I say? Oh, yeah. This breakout here is what really caught my attention. The price is grinding higher, bullish consolidation. And here where you get the push up, the break over this pre-market high resistance, it happens on pretty steep volume, 5 million shares traded. And from there, it just takes off. This is a true breakout. You get a breakout you get a push over a significant level on volume. So I don't know why this is. I mean, we could guess why. Maybe the people had stop losses up here. Who knows? Whatever. But the point is that it pushes up, and you get a push on volume. And then as the trend continues, the volume is consistent. It's not going higher. It's not going lower. It's just steady. This is the signature of a trend, of a strong trend. That's it. Breakout on volume, on a big volume spike. Boom. And then the moving averages, I don't really place too much weight on that. It's a nice visualization. Like, okay, you could see that it's trending higher. Like when you get the moving averages like fanning out like that. Yeah, that's good. It's good.
GRWG.
And this is constantly pushing up against the upper Bollinger Band. It's just a little extras, but little extras that add confirmation, which is nice. You want your indicators to have confluence. But the main thing for me is this right here. This is everything. This is the key. Here's your breakout. And the price action is trending in one direction on consistent volume. Hang on one sec.
IIPR.
Okay, so price is kind of chopping around for the whole session and volume is declining. Can you guys see this?
Yep.
Okay.
HOFV.
Yeah, price is all chopping around all over the damn place on declining volume. This tells us nothing. And then all of a sudden, 5 million shares traded on the breakout. So this is your first sign. And then as the price moves in one direction, you have steady volume. It's like impulses.
ARCB.
Up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Yep, that's it. This right here, this consistency in volume is confirmation of the trend. And also that the price is going in like one direction. And then the little extras like the moving average is fanning out like this. You could see this on I guess MACD would illustrate this. The fanning out of the moving averages. That's it. This right here is what piqued my attention.
That's awesome. man. Good breakdown.
ETW. MNKD.
Hey guys, I just came back.
Welcome back, Adi. Thanks, Kazak.
I think I came at a perfect time. My trades from earlier are paying off. Tesla's in profits and DocU's up a little bit too.
Watch Amazon here. There's some volume came in. I can't tell though what's going on here. I wouldn't actually. I don't know if I want to enter it. I would want to enter a trade at 357. No trade. For me.
IMT.
Just watching. You're welcome, guys. No problem. Oh, I don't know if Winnie's on. I was gonna look at ZM. ZM had some really cool setups. This was actually this is perfect.
So I'm just gonna close that Tesla here, like right before end of day. So just close that Tesla on one of my brokers.
So this is the weekly VWAP. This orange line. Weekly, the higher time frame VWAPs are like stronger signal. Actually, this monthly and weekly is overlapped. You can't really see it, but if I go further back on the chart, you can see it.
All right, so I just close that Tesla on the other broker too.
This yellow one is monthly. The orange one is weekly. Purple one is session, so intraday.
Yeah, I think it was actually you that introduced me to the fact that, you know, a while back that VWAP, you know, had daily, weekly, and monthly.
SVM.
So on my intraday screen, I've got my daily VWAP, and then on my weekly and monthly charts, you know, I've got the associated VWAP on those on the other screen.
They're very powerful levels.
Yeah.
Very, very strong levels. You get a good reaction off of those.
Yeah, it might like because if you're looking at an intraday chart and you see bounces that seem to be happening in the middle of nowhere, like if you switch over to a weekly or even a monthly VWAP, you can see that they're, you know, bouncing off of those levels pretty regularly.
SMTX.
If Winnie's not on, I could do it again later. Oh yeah, space earnings. Get ready. It's 4 o'clock.
I'm still watching Amazon to see what it does here.
Oh yeah, so real quick, ZM gaps up, comes down to test weekly VWAP, great level. It pushes up off of that. breaks over session VWAP, consolidates above. This is a good setup too. Consolidation above. Daily. Yeah, session VWAP.
FSKR V.
It consolidates above that. That's bullish. Comes down. It's not. You don't want to.
USEG.
This is tricky. Like consolidation just below VWAP is a good setup too. So that's kind of a like
AVNT.
like kind of a little confusing, but
NTLC.
consolidation just below VWAP.
NMITRC.
Failing to go lower is also bullish. Then you break over again. Super mega bullish.
AAXN.
And then here you have like
APVO.
print
VIAV.
on volume.
RDFK.
So this is
BKD.
resistance. Now it breaks
Yelp.
over and becomes support. So that's
ASMB.
polarity.
KNDI. SGOS.
And then more consolidation.
SWKS.
Yeah, so this is like tough to
IFMUM.
trade if you don't have a good entry. This is why you want a really, really good entry to avoid this
Jack.
chop. Will just
EA.
kill your
TGT.
profits.
SPW.
If you get caught in this, you get
IMCAY.
So
OPCH.
you want to really
FLR,
wait for a
WIN,
really good entry.
NYT,
You don't want to force trades and try
TFC.
and try and catch every top and bottom. You're going to be buying and selling at the same price minus the spread. So
BNKD.
negative sum game. Transaction costs
VCYT.
are going to pile up, and you're not going to make any money in the trade. So it really pays to just wait for the best entry. This was the best entry. If you missed that,
DDD.
then you wait for confirmation that VWAP is broken, and then wait for the
ALRLNY.
pullback, and then this would have been like solid entry number 2. That's it.
STMP. EVH. OEC.
And then you just scale out a little bit and then move your stop loss up. That's it. You don't want to be caught in this.
SRPT.
You want
CAPR.
to just take one good entry,
MCHP.
maybe
SFIX.
a second good
LEN.
ad, and then that's it.
LPTH. NHI.
Vitality. I'll do it again later. problem.
RCUS. LPRO.
So you mentioned something there that's
SRE.
interesting. You talked about the fee on the
SRCL.
spread.
DNLI. APN.
Yeah,
VRNA.
if you have zero commissions, you're still paying the spread. So
ADT.
if you
GOED.
sometimes you get a really good fill and you're profitable right away.
EQIX.
If you get a bad fill,
BBF.
like let's say the spread is
Blue.
$1. Let's say the stock is 100 and the spread is
CLSK.
$1.
LAL.
Or I'll exaggerate it. Like I'll say the spread is $5.
SSYS.
So you're buying on the ask.
ABRI. SP.
You're paying $105.
DBX.
And the bid
EVBG.
is 100. Your position is
ACV,
underwater immediately.
ALTR,
$5 a share.
NLTX,
Because you bought on the ask at
XLPS,
105, and then now
GP.
if you were to sell it right away, then and the bid is 100, then you
SPRO.
just lost $5 a share.
Solo. LLIT.
Does that hold true if you're joining the bid? Or is it only on the top end of the spread that you're paying if you're buying at the app?
No, if you're
Avro.
joining the bid, then that you're better off. But if you like mark it in or whatever,
So you pay this.
or if you mark it in, yeah, basically that's slippage. You'll get a
CBAY.
bad fill.
All right. So because that was my question, I was looking at on my monitor tab and TOS. I was looking at my commissions and fees year to
IMUX.
date, and I'm like, how in the world do I have a couple $100 there?
CSWI.
And that would explain it.
I don't know if commissions year to date is calculated
FOXA.
calculates the spread. I don't remember exactly when they got rid of when they went commission free. Maybe if you were trading options contracts, because there is a 65% fee on
EPAY.
options contracts. Like on stocks, you pay only the spread.
Yep.
On options, you still pay the CBOE fee, which is 65 cents a contract.
Yeah, and I'm not
Sometimes
an
it's
options
LLL,
trader yet, so
pull-out.
it's got to be something in the spreads there, or at some point I was
APRN.
dabbling in something that was like OTC or something.
Maybe it's margin, or it could be OTC. Yeah, there's still fees on OTC.
TFFP.
What, is it
Arlo.
margin? Maybe
VIG.
holding a short.
No, I'm not. I'm not
TNDN.
extended on any margin.
WRAY.
Oh, Bobby Wasabi has a good point. You do pay a small
DOYU.
SEC fee per share. That's true.
Okay, so between SEC fees and spreads, probably accounts for most of that then. Okay.
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if the
IIPR.
spread shows up on the commissions. year to date.
IRTC.
I don't think it does.
RDN.
Or maybe it does. I don't know. It depends.
TWNK.
Actually, I'm going to call
UGP.
TDA and ask.
Yeah, I'm
GOL.
gonna do the same
Team.
thing.
REN. BCEI.
CHRTZ.
FLGNY.
MLASR.
ICNSUNLOK. PGS. FNKO. VLFS. CMPS. Koji.
Yeah, guys, I'll do a screen share later.
6. SIC. MCEP. LYFT. BVXV.
Sounds good.
Auto. SKX. ADCFI. RMNI. TDS.
Roku flying, huh?
Oh wow, 248.
GFI, IJR,
Neo is still going. Very
Matt.
strong uptrend.
PS, MRIN,
42.60.
SABR, WB, NIO,
Did Roku just have earnings?
Yeah.
RGEN, BKNG, L, GH. CNDT, TTD, PTON, Goose, RVLV, CHMA, ZG, UPWK, APDN, AYX, BMO, EA, PRPO, PCGU, Show, Blue, Bud, GPK, Cry, ERX, IUMC, VIDR, TGI, RRR, PBYI, FLL, MNST, Win,
I think Kaz is short Roku.
GDYCN, NCTY, OMI, DVAX, SFT, MNKD, ADMS, OSUR, LPTX,
Neo pushing even higher. 4280.
CZR, FEAC, Yelp,
Nice.
SKT, PDESQ, GOED, PSNL,
Yeah, real solid
RDSN,
pattern here with the consistent volume. Very good. Very good confirmation there.
MIC, SSRM, WIMI,
So that worked out.
CAPR,
So from the breakout level to like the second to like the first so from the breakout
BRFS,
peak in volume
DDD,
to the trough to the next peak to trough to peak to trough,
Run,
you had like an hour
NGIIV,
to like figure it out.
CHRS,
And even sooner, like peak to trough to peak. So peak to peak, you had
here, MRAM,
like 45 minutes. So, and after that time period where you said, okay, this is consistent volume, this is a strong trend,
REGI,
you had still $1.50 upside.
EVGN, RFP,
You don't have to jump in right away. You could give it time, like wait for confirmation. So you had like
HCAT,
if you waited like an hour, you would have had strong confirmation, and you could have went in with confidence.
HYLN
Yeah.
plus,
Looks like Neo's going to break through
ALDX,
43. There it goes.
RRC, MGNI,
Oh, big
RIDU,
pullback on Roku.
DDOG, WWR,
Just watching the tape on it.
NVCR,
The spread is constantly fluctuating. You want to be careful in these after hour moves.
APPN, HL, AAOI, GBT, GKOS, HLF, RCUS, ZUMZ, KCAC, Hubs, LTHM,
That's kind of an interesting
SPI.
phenomenon. I want to know more about that, like why the spreads fluctuate so wildly.
MAXR, BLRX,
I'm
EBS,
seeing $1, $2, 50 cents, $3.50.
DRN, APVO, KC, STKL,
I guess that's why they don't
ENDP,
let you market in after
MRIN,
hours or pre-market.
Roku, SPRT, ASMB, GLYC, SPCE, Blue, BWEN, AVLR, OTRK, EVOP, Levi, Real, APLT, DKLG, DQC, Lee, APS, VNOT, NVRXP, CSW, MYORXFN, SCHY, TME, EVC,
I'm still holding
CNDT,
XRRK short.
JKS,
I was down
MRVL,
like 9% on that. Now
CNK,
I'm separate keeping.
GM,
I'm gonna see that test
HIVQT,
38. Depending
LGFA,
on what happens at 38, I'll either hold through the break lower or just
SASS, KIN, GMRXN,
cost basis is 43.50.
MCHP, TNDM, DRAD, GLUU, TTD, BWMX, SYK,
PTO and volatility.
EA, ATAC, AGAN,
The book is a little slow right now. And this is interesting.
Quote.
The ask isn't moving, but the bid is
LTBR.
moving.
ACB, VLDR, NG, NCTY,
I'm short.
Cash,
And on SRRK. I've been scaling in,
High,
adding a little bit more
PGNY,
every time it pushes higher.
LPTH,
By the way, I use very small size on that.
LVTA,
Like very, very, very small size
NNOX,
on scaling into a parabolic move,
TLRY,
scaling in short.
CTMX, XPEV, GRPN, LSPD, Run, Cyan,
Is that right? Roku's almost back to its close.
HL, ASAN,
Okay, now the ask is moving on PTON. Very volatile.
MDY, Neon, EVBG, Z, VRNA, GRWG, AYX, PTON, GOED, WIMI, True, Wow, TBIO, ADMS, SINA, ACMR, RTAW, NWSA, NET, MA, IMMR, GLDG, AMN, TFFP, BMRN, KBAL, CARG, BIGC, FLT, MODN,
Oh, nicely done, Ant. You
KNDI,
mean you bought to close, right? You bought back to close.
VRM, ALRM, Excel. Sum. VB, CBLI, Hope. GBTCH. QTRX, AIG. WWR. Roku, SPCE. MDLA. CLNY Uber. WLL. APPN.
Oh, man, I wish I could do this. I can't create
HLF.
calendars on Webull. This is a problem.
Semi. CDAY, DQ. AVLR, CLSK. PPSI, CHRS. Arlo. ASMB.
I'm going to throw one buy order in here on Roku at about just over 216. See if it pulls back to the 200 EMA on the 1 hour.
MRIN. IAC. GLDRW. BJ. RDFN. PNC. KIN. EPAY. TNDM, SUNW. LEDs. INMD, DBX. BLNKS. SI. PS. DVAX. COHU, EA. GXC, WSC. ZG. RIGL. ENLV. BSX, PSNL, MCHP. PBI. AMRS, GMish. PLNT. Team.
Rats miss me by a dollar.
MRAM. GH. OTRK, XPO, Real. FTAI. FINX. Yelp. HIBS. NEWR. LTHM. SKT. Oxy Plus, DSS. EBIX, VIL. ZLAB. DBI, KMI, BA. True. LPTX. MAXR. SABR. SRE. GRWG. AYX. IMMR, AMCR, APT. XPEV, SRPT, MNST. AM. Block, NCTY. ILMN. WOW, CXO. INSG, IRWD. GNPH, CLVS, CMA, FSLR, VMC, Zion, Uber, MTB. SCHM, BGFV. HYLN. BTG, GRPN. MTLB. SQ, CDAY, RH, DLR, Hubs, ARI, AIG, LPTH. Excel. BIOC. Mod. BIGC, VIAV. Semi, NLOK. Higher. Trib. FLDM, PTON, Farm, CPLG. STM. Levi. CLNE. DBX. BLDR, CLNC, Sol. ANTM, TNDM, DCP. ZG. NTEC. DVHRS, PS. NVTA. RIGL, DMRN. CBAY. DXC, ATEC. OTRK. GBIO, Z. DLX. CTSO. ACOM. DLB. HOFV. Here. TCDM, RGNX. YOLO. HYLN plus. NLS. TTW CP. SCKT FTCH. MIC. BVXV. PPSI. AYTRE. ONVO. GLOG, BTBT, GME, SKX, ENDP, EBS, CBZ, LMNX, VIL, AAOI, MOS, MITK, NKTR, GLUU, PEN, ALI, VLDR, SAIL, RDSG, VLDRW, ASMB, MLR, DGLY, MAXR, EA, EXEL, SQ, SEMI, DACB, IMMR, KC, EQ, SQFT, Text, EVRI, Home, PFSI, PTON, Dish, AGS, PBYI, PSNL, WCC, MYOV, CDMK, Apps, Doc, Vivo, Hubs, REZI, SPSC, True, CHRS, TXG, CLSK, PBPB, GBT, TNDM, OESX, MNST, BIGC, SPWH, RIGL, GRPN, WKHS, LXU, Kern, CLNC, BSX, CZR, NEWR, PA, STMP, CPE, CARG, TGI, RCEL, BWEN, OTRK, AYX, FTCH, PRAA BLCT ARKW Gene COP SWIR CLNE CLR WLL AIG PLNT CORR GME GTN LEDs PGNY WTRH EOG CLNY ZG Z Here AIM TDC MTA GDYN PBYI ARI STKL SKIV SYK TE YALA NERO MCHP NBR TTCFW SGLS ICLN PRTY EXK Auto MRIN CHRS OMF TRVN
Is anybody holding any Amazon overnight
MGNI
by any chance?
PTON ARKF WIN SRPT MITK GOL Main DESP IPO CBAY PFSI ASMBY GRMN Fly Uber CZR TPIC TNDM EBS NEWR HEPA SPCE, IAC. PS. CSOD, RMNI, OTRK. Bill. NWL. PETQ. Fun, INMB. BIGC. THMO. FTCHMAXR. PSNL. Raidu. GLOG. IMTE. PLNT. Sale. CDMO. LEDs. MNST. STMP. NLS. LGFB. EQX. EASE. BMRN. TTWO. SPRO. DCPH. True. DXC. RIGL. QLGN. GBT. REGI. TRIB. HLF. TMUS. VRAY. SKFN. MARA. NLOK. CBLI. Vici. NVTA. HYLN plus. DAC. EPAY. AM. MEC. EA. WSC. ADT. Auto. NG. NYMT. INSP. AYX. GRPN. RYAM. NIO. SQVG. WIN. ARI. INSG. AUPH. CMBM. Uber. CBIO. ZG. LYFT. SGBX. ORBC OTEX. MGTA ADO. CLNC. ALI. Z. DLX. RGR, WTRH, OPGN. Home. VLDR. NEWR. DVAX. LYV. Kala. FGEN. AAOI. PEB. ASB. EB. Here. PBYI. ADMB. UPLD. MITK. ENDP. BRZU. VSAT. MARPS. Run. MNKD. TMUS. LHX, GBT. SSL. SRPT. Lake. RMBL. Excel. Edit. Quote. CRMT. TDC. OTRK VTA. EPAY. SLQT, NVRO, EBS. SCKT, Kirk, IJH. CAPR. JNCE. LWAY. RDFN. Auto.
EA.
GRPN. INMB. ALRM. PFSI. DEO. AYX. JYNT. IPOB. LEDs, DVAX. LASR. FNKO. MAXR. CMJBL. Call. FAT. EB. LLNW. Bill. MCHP. NITC. AAOI. HLNE. TNDM. BCOV. WIN. ARI. VER. AINV. NHI. GH. WMCWR. STMP. INSG. SQNS. NLOK. NRGU. FENC. BIV. VDE, Vox, BSV, BLV. Logi. VPU. VDC. PETQ. Excel, VFH. ENDP. VGT. Run. AVEO. MGNI. TMUS. ASMB. SLG. SIGA. RDFN. MNST. NCTY FTI, GBT. OTAX. PRDO, UAVS, LYV. CNDT. PBYI. GBX. NVTA. AEIS, MAT. OTRK, Tree. RMNIM. Lyle. True. AYRO. WHD. AYX, BZUN. SID. Dish. SRPT. FNKO. ZUMZ. PFSI. SRE, Bill. TNDM. CREG. EVFM. ESRT. AZEK. OIIM. IPOB. FTCH. SAIL. EVGN. PFGC. NVCR. EPAY. GRPN. ENLV. FPRX. DXC. NLS. Run. REGI. GGB. TMUS. ARI. Mid. DRNA. XPEV. Auto. BSX. EVC. Docs. Lee. BPTH. STMP, ASMV, AAOI. NVRO. GBT. CBAT, CDAY. RMNI. UPLD, AGON. BZUN. BNED. SBE. CMBM. BIGC, SKYW. OTRK. BKNG. CNDT. VRAY. ZDGE. RDFN. AYX. NIO. FVAC plus, UPWK, TDSB. TCS. RLDRW. AJRD. PCTI. NEWR. TDC. B. PLNT. PG, LLY, BLDR, SLP, BMY, UMBF, PCRX, PLMR, HMSY, LTHM, Jazz, VSTO, CTY, BXS, MAT, AVNT, GNRC, AANEM, ENS, PRLB, JBL, DAR, DNOW, CASI, CCGOVX, VICR, RMBFSI, THO, VIAV, MAY, EAM, ELI, CVBRA, FMBI, TRMB, XPER, FSS, WAFD, EXP, POWI. PETQ. MOS. Z. DAC. MAXN, MNKD. DBX. MRSN. CZR. HASI. Hubs.
Run.
RDSA, SILJ, MAXR, ASMB, REGI, GH, IH, GRPN, STMP, PS, PSNL, ZG, NVTA, GLUU, IRBO, FTCH, GLPH, ARI, AAOI, IWEN, WIN, AYX, PPD, RDFN, TX, CBAT, AMZN, MDP, NKTR, TSLA, MRK, PLTR, ILMN, GNLN, NLOK, GITL, AYI, CPLG, EA, ADNT, PIXI, PTGX, AEO, NIO, EBS, CNDT, XPEV, Exol. AXTI. NYMT, Z. AJVA. PLNT ASMB. MRAM. NCTY. BPTH. Riot. ACMR. VIL. SCHB. BMRN, ZG. PFSI. CHRS. SRPT. STMP. LQDA. IJH. DB. MAXN. BKNG. RCTT. Apps. ALTM, cold. NEWR. NTEC. SQBG, JELD, Kirk. OIIM. VSAT. EVGN. GLP. CEVA. GKOS. CZR. PLTR. CYRX. CGA. PS. VLDRW. CBAT. XAN. BSX. KNDI. DAC. Mod. NIO. Lee. GNLN. PRFX. Luna. ARI. Hubs. Run. AEG. SLNO. WHD. USEG. CBAY. WMC. OTRK. Excel. EA. BKD. TNDM. PK. NYMT. DMRL. STMP. SRPT. TTWO. IDRA. MARPS. AYX. NVCR. PGTI. SKT. UAVS. TILE. EICW. HWC. LQDT. GBT. NCTY. SHW. REMX. Here. Again. PFGC. NG. MTEM. TPOR. IWF. CLNE. Halo. FBNC. MTG. MD. RDFN. RL. PTON. CPSI. Play. NK. LTHM. CZR. CPS. Apps, Lee. INFN, GH. NIO. CLVS. Crocs. AMRS. MAXR. Win. Geo. VECO. Able. AAPL. AMGN, AMP, AIZ, AXPRO, Kochi, BMY, CACO, ANSS, CTAS, DIS, HD, HIG, HNY, LMT, NICE, MRK, PEP, NKNDI, PHM, PGDOC, SYY, STT, VIAC, DBD, WMT, aimed, AMZN, UNVR, MMDI, MCO, TTEK, DBX, TNDM, REGI, SBBP, BPMP, BMRN, EA, BKNG, VOXX, ACMR, E, NEWR, CDAY, XPEV, Yelp, GBIO, AXKR, CHRS, EBS, GP, STMP, SIG, KWEB, FHB, MPLN, MNSO, MRAM, Run, GBT, EVC, PRFX, MTEM, Excel, Mod, OTRK, Riot, Here. EB. Aiden. SRPT. RDFN. AMCR. SKT, BLTHM. NVCR, KBSF, AYX. CLNC. Play. UVV. OMF. HRTX. BFAM. AMRN. RETA. PTON, MARA. MRCY. GMTS. NVRO, EOG. REGI, XPO. ASMB. NLGEN. Cyan. SGBX. Tile. TNDM. INMB. DBX. CPS. VEDL. KNDI. VHC. CHRW. EBS. KTOS. MBIO. GNMK. AAOI. AATR. SLNO. XPEV. NEWR. FBNC, VG, SNE, PSHG, AAWW, NLOK, GBT, Riot, STMP, Run, PETQ, Lube, ELPH, AGS, SGMS, Pool, LTHM, PACB, Home, MNST, PK, CZR, CMPS, Mara, Halo, AXLA, EA, REGI, CHRS, CMBM, SIVR, BSX, ATUS, SKT, GP, Solo, PRTS, TNTC, MXC, HMY, Flux, GPMT, GH, SNPS, SSNC. VIL, GVA, AZPN. GSKY, PTON. BMRN. CLNC. KNDI. AAOI. ADMA, KBSF, DBX. IJH. OTRK. Auto. BKNG. CERN. Raidu. MGNI. Guess. LIZI. Deo. Win. NEWR. CRMD. Trib. LL. ADAP. TTCF. AYX. QTRX, GKOS. ASMB. EQT. RXT. STMP. CBAT. PK. EA. EVRI, Excel, Sale. IPOB. TRO. AM, HMHC. Here. FBNC. Play. TTCFW. MXC. SRPT. RSG. VLDREGI. GBT, CZR. Core. EBS. CVET. USD. GLDG. BMRN, UNM. Solo. CLNE. ADTN. ADMA. IWF. CRK, TAOP. IOVA. ROST. IPOB plus, SBE plus. Light. LTHM. MTEM. MAXGC. MRIN. BRFS, ED CSX. PXLW. MGNI. MIC, GH. AMRS. AXU. TPOR. CLNC. HHC. TWLO. APVO. DKNG. DBX. IR. INMB, IWD. EOG. Ease. STMP, play. JEF, SLYV. Soul. BLCN. PLL. ASMB. LPRO. TWST, LPL, NAT, IFRX, CBAT, GBT, EIDO, SMPL, NEWR, Duo, CSTM, CZR, EA, APTO, Halo, DR, AKBA, FSR Plus, Mid, ZO, TTCF, CLNE, Excel, IRCH, BEPC, CTMX, EBS, AMRC, VFC, RGNX, REZI, RMBL, HMTV, NWSA, PLTR, IH, LTHM, PTON, DB, TWLO, AMRN, ENBL, ODP, TTCFW, GRPN, WRTC, CEIX, HMY, GPRO, NLOK, AYX, GNCA, CHD, INFN, LPTH, MGDM, OTRK. Lake, SRPT, GBT. PLNT, ZGNX, SCHE, BMRN, GH, PFSI, TRMB, APTO, Play, REGIT, DBX, Yelp, EBS, VLDR, NVRO, Run, PLTR, TNDM, TMO, Kirk, EA, Solo, AQB, YOLO, CZR, TTCFW, SGMP, LTHM, RYAM, FR, NLS, Argo, SIVR, NEWR, Sale, PDCO, PTON, HRTX, AZPN, UCTT, TTCF, Excel, AYX, BKR, TDW, PLNT, DSKE, OCUL, REGI, SYF, VSAT, ASMB, NVCR, EBS, CYRX, SBE Plus, TWLO, CBAY, OTRK, TLDX, ONCT, EA, MTEM, Run, TGI, OIIM, LL, YINN, LGAHU, BLPH, Seoul, OPTN, CZR, SPWR, DVLB, FBC, EB. BNED, EVK. SPTH. STMP. GMHI. FSLR. FBNC. AQST. LTHM. PVAC. TLRY. RDFN. INVH. LYV, APTX. SPH. TTCF. MDLY. Set. CHRS. TNDM. IRBO. NVCR. Free.